Recording in progress. Muy buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. My name is Carolina Escobar, and on behalf of ECLAC and the Ministry of the Environment, Ambition Loop, I would like to welcome you to this summit. We will be here today for 3 days, having discussions and learning a great deal, and hopefully we will be able to take these lessons home to our countries. Those joining us from abroad, welcome to Chile. And we are joined by our municipalities, by our companies, and everything that we are able to learn here today is crucial. The idea is to give relevance and significance to as many voices as possible from the different realms of the industry, of the circular economy, so that we can make as much progress as quickly as possible. We're not just here to talk about textiles, we're to talk about other aspects as well. And please make sure you take notes. I'm sure you will learn a great deal. Prior to beginning, I would like to mention that we have simultaneous interpreting services available for you. If you would like a headset, you may pick one up at the door. We have services in English and Spanish. This will allow you to remain abreast of the proceedings in the language you prefer. So be sure to pick up a device if you need one. So the agenda for this morning will be quite intense, and actually all 3 days we will have coffee breaks, we will have a lunch break later on, and we would like to request that you please, and again, I will be the bad person here, I would like to request that you please stick to the schedule so that we will have time for everyone to give the presentation and to tell us their experience. So welcome to the Global Textile Ministerial and Industry Summit Santiago 2026. We are very proud to host this event for the first time. This is an international summit where we are joined by governments, industry, international organizations, the financial sector, civil society, innovative individuals, and the academic group as well, technical actors, all of us together to talk about the circular economy, fair, sustainable economy. And we are also joined by many people by way of streaming, and they will be able to take part via the streaming chat as well. And you will be able to see what is taking place here at headquarters. Now, I would like to give the floor to the representatives who have allowed us to hold this event here at ECLAC, and allow me to give the floor to Carlos de Miguel, the Director of the Sustainable Development and Human Settlements Division at ECLAC. Good morning. Thank you. I would like to begin by greeting all of the individuals joining me here today at the head table. Minister Francisca Toledo, it's a pleasure to have you here once again at ECLAC. And you, of course, by way of your leadership, you have also helped organize this event. I would like to greet Gonzalo Munoz, a friend as well, and a founder of Ambition Loop. You will all recall that he was a champion of Chile at the COP and has also historically provided excellent leadership for the circular economy and other aspects related to recycling and climate issues. And then I would also like to greet my colleague Francisco Gaetani, the regional coordinator for science from the UNEP, and the official representative for the UNEP in the Southern Cone. I would like to greet everyone else joining us here today, physically and virtually. Welcome to the Global Textile Ministerial Industry Summit. Now, we are here to address a common aspect, which is to the accelerated transition towards the circular economy in this sector and other sectors. And we are focusing on COP31 to be held in Turkey under the chair of Australia. As well, we are focusing on the first international conference of the Global Framework for Chemical Products. This will be held soon. And we know that the world is facing a difficult time, first of all, with regard to the climate. We have seen that science for many decades now has been warning us about the climatic crisis, and this year we have reached record temperatures, and the most recent figures with regard to carbon emissions to not surpass 1.5 degrees is reaching a 3-year margin. We are closing this gap increasingly, and we are coming dangerously close to the threshold with regard to the pre-industrial levels. And we know that several different industrial sectors will suffer significantly. And I believe that over these 3 days, we will be referring to these aspects in climate change, and the World Meteorological International Organization has also warned us that the Super Nino cycle is about to begin, and this will have an impact on Latin America and elsewhere. Now, that is why we need to act quickly and with conviction in all sectors. And we have to do this in the international context as well. Now, above and beyond climate change, we know that the international complex has become quite complex. There are several different challenging geopolitical tensions, and we have growing uncertainty in the global international economy with regard to production chains and commercial chains, as well as multilateralism. There's a great deal of questioning with regard to how is the best way to resolve aspects in a peaceful manner based on dialogue. Now, what history has taught us is that if we work together through dialogue, we will be able to address all of the global challenges. And Latin America, in this context, is not an exception to the global reality. We know that at ECLAC we have identified that the region is facing the development traps. The first one is related to low capacity to grow, and Chile is not an exception to this. If you look at the growth rates for the last 10 years in the region has grown by 1% annually, and that is insufficient to meet the needs of the citizens throughout the region. Of course, there are disparate situations with regard to the different countries, but nonetheless, the region is not growing sufficiently, and there are many reasons why. One of the reasons is the lack of investment, a lack of investment in the productive sector. We see that the regional figures are quite different from the rest of the regions around the world, and very far from the figures recorded for the Southeastern Asia. And that has an impact on productivity. Productivity has become stagnant, and this, as a result, is not bringing the benefits that society needs. We see that in this region, 1 out of 4 individuals are living in poverty. And we know that this may have a significant negative impact on society. We know that there's waning trust in our institutions, in democracy, and this may have a destabilizing impact for the economic processes. And that's the third trap. The third trap is the institutional capacity and governance. And we need more, we have stronger institutions with better, more effective governance programs in order to make the changes we need for sustainable development. And if we do not make progress in this regard, we will not meet all of the development goals that have been stated under the development agenda. Now, we know that there are some reasons for optimism. There have been many different negotiations, one specifically on plastics, and we are optimistic because we are seeing a variety of different transitions underway. With regard to renewable energy, for example, the renewable energy generation has actually surpassed the coal generation. e-vehicles, for example. Electromobility continues to penetrate markets, and batteries are dropping in price. And Chile is quite competitive in this area. And then we have green hydrogen. This may move on to green copper, green steel, green ammonium, etc. And this allows us to have to replace the more traditional contaminating sectors. So then this brings us to the circular economy. Sustainable management of wastes provide us with an extraordinary opportunity. And this is not just an environmental agenda, it's a productive development agenda. Circularity, it implies greater productivity. It implies work, quality work, to replace informal work. It also allows for us to have more competitive value chains and commercial chains, and making the region more competitive. And in this region relies on raw material, primarily mining and agricultural resources and others. So taking part in the circular economy in all of our sectors will allow us to make a leap forward. And at ECLAC, there are several different divisions provided with support from German support agencies, are working on these aspects. We are working on having enabling frameworks and different national circular economy strategies that we're supporting in different countries. We are providing incentives for different regulations and legislation. For example, Chile with its mine waste legislation, etc. Now, all of this transition will only be possible with collaboration by the private sector. The private sector will be the first sector to allow for these changes to take place. And Chile is a benchmark for the rest of the world, for the region as well, and the public sector, not just the public sector. But I recall back in the 90s how quickly the private sector moved forward with new legislations. And then we have the responsibility law as well, and Chile is again a benchmark for the entire region, the extended producer responsibility law. And Chile has been quite successful. The EPR law constitutes a clear commitment by the country to this sector, and the sector is a priority sector. Therefore, I believe that this region and Chile will be able to show others in Latin America what we can do. And no one can do this alone, of course, and that's why public and private partnerships are crucial, partnerships with international organizations, academia, and others. I would like to conclude by mentioning that this workshop is an invitation. It's an invitation to build trust among all the stakeholders, to have more robust dialogue and transparent dialogue as well. And secondly, to take all of the challenges that the planet faces today and turn them into opportunities. Therefore, we believe that in addition to supporting the economy, rather the environment, the circular economy will allow us to bypass and overcome the development traps that I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. That was a very important message you've been giving us. Apart from all the situation that we're living, or maybe the optimism that our minds might have, at least in the last few days that we're going to be talking about, or the next few days, we're talking about moving forward to the trust and to be able to make these challenges become opportunities, and that dialogue should be transparent. In fact, that's what we want to have here, transparencies in this summit, in this meeting. And with these words, we say that our conference is open. And once again, thank you very much for your participation. We also want to welcome all of those people who have connected in the last few minutes. We're going to speak as slowly as possible, because we know we have a bad reputation about speaking too quickly in Chile. So we'll try to be as clear as possible so that everyone can understand what we say. I would like to start with the keynote dialogue of the global momentum for textile circularity. It's a conversation that invites us to look at what's happening in the textile industry and talk about circularity. And 2026 will be important for convergence and the reformance, so on the agenda of decarbonization and residues, moving towards COP31, which is the first conference of global framework of chemicals, and also is going to be moving the narrative that has to do with countries similar to Chile to propose a vision of Latin America as a hub of circularity and sustainable development. So, following with the words that Carlos was saying quite recently, for this, we would like to give the floor to Guillermo González. Well, actually, we're first of all going to give the floor to Gonzalo Muñoz, who will be addressing us, and then we will give the floor to the Minister of the Environment. Am I right? Yes. Due to protocol, sorry, the Minister has to go afterwards. I mean, really. We're not taking any priority away from her. She is the minister. She is also a woman and Madam Minister. But we give the floor to Gonzalo first. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Thank you for accompanying us, Carlos as well. Thank you for being here and for giving us this welcome in ECLAC. Francisco, I'm very happy that you're here in Chile, and I want to thank everyone for being here and participating at this summit. It is a great honor to welcome everyone in Chile for this global ministerial textile summit. And I want to thank the ministries of Chile for being leaders in this matter, and also Carlos for having this position of continuity and confirming Chile's leadership, and of course all of our strategic collaborators such as ECLAC, UNEP, and CDHC. We'd also like to recognize those who helped us to have this meeting, such as the MacArthur Foundation, Patagonia, Butogrip Falabella, Paris, Data Islands, among many others, Sortile, Santiago. All of these partners and allies and many others have betted on us to have this space for dialogue, and their commitment shows us that the textile industry needs to have leadership and to share the point of view. And also, there are many people who are here and giving us support. That's why I wanted to mention most of them. This is not just another conference. It's quite clearly we want to confirm this. This is the first global summit of its time from, I think, what has been called the Global South, the emerging economies, which has been misnamed. Speaking of textile matters and talking about sustainability and transformation of the industry, the textile industry, have been usually defined from other areas, what we call the global north, the richer countries. And we are here to show that it's not just Latin America, but also the emerging economies must be part of this conversation. And they are an essential part of the solution. Our region has innovation, natural resources, and entrepreneurship, among many other things, and also people and territories that are building circular models in practice. I say with great pride, because I have accompanied a lot of this agenda from Chile, not just when it was being built in our country, but also how that Chilean agenda has been useful at a global level and has been able to inspire many other countries. And that is something that, as Chileans and Latin Americans, we should feel proud of showing that we are not just people who take up other people's ideas, but that we also contribute our own ideas for public policy and innovation as well, of course. As Carlos mentioned, and was quickly mentioned also by Carolina, this summit doesn't come just out of thin air. I want to give you a little bit of historical context. In UNEA 6, the Assembly of the United Nations for the Environment, the sixth one, it was defined and decided that the textile industry were one of the three macro matters that really had to be worked upon to come to solutions. And the global textile dialogues, and which was developed by UNEP throughout a year, First of all, it was done virtually, and then in December last year, December 2025, this happened in Nairobi, throughout the Assembly number 7, we had the first public-private dialogue presential, face-to-face. And we had this meeting in Nairobi, and the first time we were able to gather two different areas, basically. Ministries from various countries of the world and industries to have a dialogue to try and connect and to see what was exactly happening within the industry. And so we got this idea of having a much broader encounter and meetings to have more institutions. And of course, the tendency and perhaps the trick is that we think that it must be done in the north. But actually, the virtue of that conversation was let's do it here in a country of emerging economy in the south. Therefore, we're getting together in a very important time, very decisive time, because as Carolina mentioned, we are walking towards COP31, where circular economy and residues will have a central point within the discussions. I just came back from Bonn, and many of the matters that we're talking about, we're looking for the connection between the climate agenda and to move towards implementation of the circular economy, because it gives specific solutions for its implementation. A discussion on climate that is now really has stopped being just a discussion of negotiations as such, and it has become an agenda of action and implementation at a global level, but also at a country level. On the other hand, as it was mentioned before, we're moving towards the Global Framework on Chemicals Conference. We're moving forward towards that. And UNIA 8, where we see that this will also be a priority. What we want to achieve is that the conclusions of this summit should help us to inform these international matters and be able to reflect the opportunities and realities of these emerging economies. We commit to this, and this is what we will do. I would like to congratulate the team who organized everything, because what we're seeing here are diverse voices, a lot of diversity. And we think this is a part of the virtue of this summit and the ones that will come. The people who are here today in the room represent governments from all over Latin America, multilateral organizations, financial institutions, global brands, grassroots organizations, academy, innovators, entrepreneurs, technical experts, among others. And this is what is happening in many of these conversations with matters of global matters. And what we're talking about, these two worlds are starting to converge with the real economy in places where we want to see where we have common points. And yet we have those who design public policies, those who produce, those who innovate, those who recover the material, and those who live through the challenges of the textile industry. So our objective is not just to exchange experiences. Of course, that's important. We want to hear each other, understand each other's realities. But also, we are here to put things into action. Like I was saying, the similar what is happening with biodiversity, with climate, negotiation on plastics. They're all looking for what we call an agenda of action. And that means that we hear the political message, those political signs. And a concrete, for example, this would be to have a proper law that would cover these matters, and that would give a proper sign for the economy, and it would activate with scientific evidence and innovation and scales up solutions. The finances start to move in this direction, and of course, all of that empowers civil society much more. And there is a positive feedback, which means that public policies can really sort of stand on that evidence every day more and more. So that ecosystem that we want to accelerate is an ecosystem that the textile industry becomes more resilient, more inclusive, and more regenerative. We need to build bridges between public policy and the industry. one of the main objectives of this summit. We need to build these bridges between financing and innovation, between formal economy and popular economy. Here we have grassroots recyclers. I don't know where they are, they're over there. And as an example of informal economy to be part of the solutions, as they have been for decades, and opportunities for development, as Carlos talked about. We're talking about these new opportunities for development for our region and for the world, and with what is demanded from the side of this challenge. Once again, this summit is not like we've a point meaning that we've arrived. Basically, it's a point where we're starting off. And what should be happening in the next few days? It should be a community of practice and a commitment for long term. And that's the first thing that UNEP asked us to do, and we hope it will be the first of many. There are countries have already asked for, and they've said like, hey, we would also like to see if we could have the second summit in our country. And of course, we want Santiago to be remembered as where this international cooperation to transform the textile area started, the first of many summits, the first of many alliances. Therefore, I'd like to invite all of you to take advantage of this with a sense of urgency, because this will not happen out of accident. It will happen because governments, financial institutions, social and civil associations, we all decide to build it together, because we have to have regulation with incentives and align these both. Therefore, I'd like to leave you all with a great welcome to this Global Ministerial and Industry Summit 2026. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gonzalo. Next, we'd like to give the floor to Francesco Gaetani, who is the Program of Sciences for the Southern Cone for United Nations. So thank you very much also for being with us. Thank you, Carolina. In fact, I'm coordinator for 33 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, and I might sound a bit ephemeral, but here we are, trying to put science at the center of the discussion. And also, it is one of the main objectives of this summit and everything that is being done around this whole matter of textiles. So first of all, I would like to greet and thank the Minister of Chile, the Minister of the Environment of Chile, Francisco Toledo, also for the people who are here representing Latin America and the Caribbean, Gonzalo Munoz, who is the founder and CEO of Ambition Loop, and he works not only with textile matters, but also he also works in many other matters that are very important for our organization, the UNEP, the Program for the Environment from the United Nations. So with great happiness and pride as the regional office for Latin America and the Caribbean, to be able to see that this important event is taking place here in Chile. Chile, at a global level and a regional level, for the UNEP has always been a fundamental partner with global leadership as well as regional leadership on matters that are very important and very concrete for the environment. It's been mentioned already before, the whole matter of plastics and waste and residue, and Chile is the president of an important matter that wants to introduce a legal framework that will be mandatory and standards and rules that will be able to control the production, the use, and the final destiny of plastic materials. Chile also has an important role in another initiative that is sort of new. In English, it's called BB&J, which is conserving biodiversity above and beyond the areas of the seas or the jurisdiction of the seas. And I hope that Chile will also be able to be the host country of the Secretariat of this important initiative. At the regional level, Chile has supported and is continuing to support the UNEP on matters that have to do with waste, and is part of an alliance that has to do in Latin America, that has to do with dumping grounds, and they've always given us support and given us a very concrete and pragmatic point of view of how we should manage this at regional level. We're talking about the environment, of course. And of course, we've already highlighted this several times, but it is very important that this kind of leadership should take place in what we call the global south. That you never truly understood what it means, but in any case, that it should be developed in a region where the environmental matter is a fundamental matter at the economic level, and the point of view of UNEP is that conservation, protection, restoration of ecosystems and ecosystemic services has a fundamental interest for the economy of Latin America and the Caribbean and for all of society. And that is something that is, in fact, well, it represents the future of the region in several aspects. Very well. This summit, this event, has to focus on a main area, globally speaking, and globally speaking again, this sector generates 1.33 trillion, which means that you have 12 zeros of North American dollars, the hundreds and millions, rather, of workers. In Latin America, 71% approximately are women in this sector. And we see this is an interesting point of view. And here in the room, I don't know, I think, but it looks like we have about 70%, but definitely more than 50% are women. And it's not so frequent, really, in these kinds of meetings, and I'm very happy to see this. It's also a sector where many micro, small, and medium-sized companies work. Sometimes family type of companies, and in Latin America, of course. And here in this Andean region, the textile sector has a whole history and legacy that is important, and it represents the soul of the Andean peoples themselves. However, the sector has an important matter and an effect, really, on the environment. So from the 2020, the production of synthetic fiber has doubled with regards to its volume, and 70% of the fiber that has been produced is based on fossil fuels. And the textile sector is about 12 to 14% of greenhouse effect gases. Also, the textile area is the third source of plastic residue throughout the whole production, chain of production. And also, with regards to the whole matter of handling residues that are produced with these textiles. And also for the production, I know this is like an average, of course. It's not an exact figure, but it can be applied to nearly any kind of production. But in order to produce 1 kilo of textile on average, we need about half a kilo of chemical substances. So here we have some other figures that are really important, and they're quite worrisome. In fact, this is a matter that is important as far as the economy is concerned for many countries, but there's a lot of pressure on the environment that is highly significant. So the sector is innovating due to matters of competitiveness, sensitivity as well for the environment. However, there also is a whole cultural matter, and I imagine that we'll be talking about this throughout the rest of these meetings. I'm sure, you know, like the fastration matter and like the average time that people use their clothes for. It's gone way down the last few years. And one of the results of these kinds of this very brief life cycle is that there's a lot of used textile, many tons, and they end up being dumped, and in some areas, in fragile ecosystems. And of course, that is a problem for the environment. Now, a global problem, it's a global problem, and it requires, like nearly all of these environmental matters, needs a global solution, which has been mentioned before. And it's a solution that, of course, we need to strengthen the interface between science and policies. So a reformation of public policies, but based on scientific data and scientific innovation that involves also the private sector in an important manner, the private sector and the financial sector as well, of course. And the summit that we have here before us that is starting today, I believe that together with the policy dialogues that were mentioned before, represents this type of rapprochement between science, policies, private sector, financial sector, so that we can come to a solution, a trade-off that will represent a solution and a way that is feasible and acceptable for all of the interested parties. Well, obviously, sustainability and circularity, whether it's upstream or downstream, that's also important. And from the point of view of the production of textiles, and of course, obviously, from the point of view of consumption and managing the waste of the textiles, this production should have less of an impact on the environment. And we're doing a lot here with several initiatives that we have and with several conventions that are working on matters with the usage of chemicals and how to manage these chemicals. And also, perhaps, something very important, the South-South cooperation. In many countries of the South, we have interesting examples that could be used, and we would like to propose as possible solutions for other countries where we have social, economic, and environmental conditions that are similar.
So we are here because we believe in dialogue. We believe in political, technical dialogue involving all the different stakeholders and actors engaged in this important sector. This is the most sustainable, most circular model. And of course, the UNEP is available to support all of the various stakeholders engaged in this dialogue. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you an excellent, fruitful outcome. Thank you, Francesco. Without further ado, allow me to give the floor to Francisca Toledo, the Minister of the Environment of Chile. Madam Minister, thank you for joining us. Good morning. This is a spectacular morning. I would like to thank the representatives of the government joining us here today, of the UNEP, of ECLAC, thank our host, the industry, innovators, representatives from civil society and academia, from base level recycling representatives, and individuals joining us from abroad. Thank you to everyone who has made this possible. It's an honor to welcome you to Chile at this first Global Textile, Ministerial, and Industry Summit, led from Latin America, about textile circularity. I would like to greet Carlos de Miguel, Francesco Gaetani, and Gonzalo Munoz, as well as the delegations from Colombia, Uruguay, Ecuador, Guatemala, Honduras, Argentina, US, and Sweden. And I would like to thank all of the institutions that have made this event possible, in addition to all of these speakers, moderators, and panelists who will take part in these 3 glorious days of dialogue. Because in the end, experience, knowledge, and commitment is what will allow us to come up with sound solutions that are effective as well to tackle the challenges we face in the textile sector globally. Now, we come from different realms and we have different roles, but we do have a common objective, which is to have a more sustainable, circular, and inclusive textile system for future and present generations. Now, Chile, we have been working on this, and we have some strategic instruments and regulatory instruments available. And last year, in 2025, Chile declared textile products as a new priority product under the EPR law, the Extended Producer Responsibility Law. This will allow us to set targets for valorization and valorization, excuse me, and for collection for producers and importers. And we are making progress. In fact, we have been working with parties throughout the entire value chain. We have set up operational committees as well, and we work with producers, managers, recyclers, consumers, civil society organizations, etc. This committee that I'm referring to, the specific one, will be launched in July, and we have also reached clean production agreements for the textile industry. We have a circular economy strategy as well for textiles that is for up until 2050. And we have also set up a strategic committee with more than 30 organizations. So the 2040 strategy has four key targets. One is to reduce consumption. Two is to foster formal circular economy jobs. Three, to boost the waste valorization. And four, to eradicate illegal dumps. We know that the sustainability of the textile sector cannot be resolved if we only focus on one link of the chain. Rather, we need to work together with a variety of different stakeholders, starting with the design stage, including material selection, all the way through waste valorization, working on traceability, and covering the entire value chain, as well as working on financial instruments and innovation above all. And as already mentioned, we need well-designed regulatory frameworks with incentives that reflect the true operations of the textile world. There's nothing worse than a nice neatly tied up regulations that are not able to fully understand the dynamics of the specific system they are governing. That only leads to frustration and non-compliance with the objectives. So we want to be able to address these aspects and find clear signs and incentives to make all of these circular business models viable. And that's why top-notch experts are here to work on these different dimensions and challenges. Now, we know that it's not just about the public sector or the private sector separately, but rather we need to work together, and this needs to be trust-based and must involve talent, creativity, and experience of each stakeholder. Now, I've talked about what we have been doing here in Chile, but this is part of a much broader effort involving other regions from around the world. As Gonzalo mentioned, there are different stakeholders involved, national, subnational governments, organizations, companies, communities, and it will be fascinating to hear what others are doing to make their experiences more visible, because this will be one way to define common challenges and work with what already exists. And to conclude, it's important to remember that when sustainability leads to innovation, and when innovation leads to opportunities, and these opportunities improve individuals' quality of life and build a more prosperous world for the future, that allows us to understand that we are headed in the right direction. So I would like to make sure that this summit be remembered as the moment when different countries decided to move from talking to walking, if you will, from talking to action. And that this started in Santiago, Chile, from within Latin America. And we hope that this serves as a motivation for other countries to become involved and to contribute with their grain of salt to this tremendous dialogue. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Minister, and thank you to the other authorities who took part in the welcoming remarks. Now, let us officially begin the Textile Summit. We are full of hope, and we know that this is a starting point for future activities. But again, we know that this is not an event to focus, to look at the textile system from a single angle, but an invitation to connect together involving public policy, industry, standards, innovation, financing, and territory. So to this end, allow me to give the floor to the keynote speaker. There actually will be a presentation entitled The Global Momentum for Textile Circularity. And we know that 2026 is the key year for implementation of the EPR laws, as the minister mentioned, for addressing the waste agenda, decarbonization, etc. We will also, during this keynote dialogue, be discussing Global South as a circularity hub and of innovation and sustainable production. Now, to this end, I would like to invite Guillermo Gonzalez, who's an expert in circular economy, and Paula Guerrera, the circularity leader from the Ambition Loop. They will be leading the keynote dialogue.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. It is an honor to be here with you this morning, to be here with Carlos, Francesco, Gonzalo, and of course the minister, to take part in this opening event for such an important event. I would like to commend Ambition Loop, the ministry, and all the other collaborators and cooperators who have worked to make this event a success. We hope that this will be an event that will allow the different countries in the region to delve deeper into this challenge, this monster challenge, which is making sure that the textile industry is marked by circularity. And I hope to contribute from my perspective with some insights. For those of us who are interested in the circular economy, many of us have tried to determine when it all began, when products were produced to be thrown out. And we know that it might date back to these collars that were launched, if you will, in the early 20th century. These were you can just imagine the cities back then where they were full of must and dust in the air, and these collars could be removed. They could be used on one side and on the other side. And these were the first collars that were designed with this concept of disposable products. So as to not fill your shirt with soot. And this was under this concept of throwing something out after only a few uses. And again, this is a centuries-old concept. And back then it was an exception. And at that point in time, when it was an exception, up until now, we have seen that the transition has been quite impressive in terms of what has taken place in the textile industry. In the 60s, in Latin American textile industry, it had reached its peak, and 97% of the textiles used in Chile were manufactured in Chile. Now, that is quite contrary to the current situation. Now, clearly, this situation changed with globalization and more open economies, and in the 1990s, the country changed its focus and started focusing on Asia. And from 2000 to 2015, global apparel production doubled. And so this concept of using and throwing out, of this concept of that which is disposable, was became the law, if you will, the rule, not the law, but the rule. And it became a business model that was the predominant business model of the industry. So these images are practically part of one's one could say it's part of a museum image. And do you recall darning socks back in the day? Now, I have some shoes, in fact, that I love, and I changed the sole of my shoe, and my wife thought I was losing my mind. She said, "Why would you change the sole of your shoe if you can go buy some new shoes?" And this is viewed as something odd today, as someone quite eccentric. Only an eccentric individual would repair their footwear or their apparel instead of buying something new. But it's a different way of life, a different way of consumption. And obviously, the disposable way of life has had consequences. You can see that here we have hundreds of tons, thousands of waste from the textile industry in the desert in Atacama. And this is not just singular to Chile. You can see dumps like this in the south of Africa, in Asia, in India. Maybe this is the image that has traveled far and wide, the picture of the Atacama Desert, but it takes place elsewhere. And this is just a snapshot of a global issue, global problem that has a series of relevant costs. We've heard many statistics already today. The textile industry, for example, greenhouse gas rates surpass the aviation and shipping sectors combined. That is the scale of the GHG emissions of the textile industry. And in the end, every year we are squandering $500 million because we are squandering a wealth of resources that are not being appropriately taken advantage of. Moreover, 35% of the primary microplastics in the ocean are the result of washing synthetic textiles. Every time you wash synthetic clothes in your washing machine, the small plastic microplastics are broken loose and they end up in the oceans. So globally speaking, we know that recycling of these products does not surpass 1%. And in Chile, 1 out of 32 kilos of textiles are consumed per capita annually. So each individual consumes 50 pieces of clothing annually. And the question is, do we really need that much clothing? Chile's secondhand market is well established, but it's not working well enough. 65% of the used clothing imported here in Chile is thrown out. So we need to address this type of situation. And in Chile, formally, that which is being recycled in the textile industry does not exceed 1%. And I think it's not about pointing the finger or naming names. For example, back in the 60s, we know the situation regarding this industry was quite different, but it's also important to remember that the access, individuals' access to clothing was quite different as well. We know that in the past, families were challenged to have enough clothing to stay warm. And that is no longer a problem in our region. And that's something, of course, that we must not ignore. Now, secondly, we are proud to say in Chile that we have a secondhand market. It doesn't work all that well, but it still exists. And so we need to improve that. In the end, the problem is that the system is designed to be linear, and we do not have a business model that has been designed to be circular and to provide circularity to these materials. So that postcard, if you will, of the dump in Antofagasta is what we're facing. And again, the UNEP published an excellent report addressing 9 pillars to make progress and to address these problems, because it's not just about problems, it's about tremendous opportunities. So allow me to quickly address these 9 pillars. 1, creating circular business models. 2, addressing the excess consumption issue and cultural change. Again, we truly need to have individuals purchase fewer articles of clothing while having the companies do their role as well. The companies are constantly changing their collections, and this is encouraging individuals to purchase more. So thirdly, we need to make progress with regard to material design for the benefit of circularity, and we need to, at the design stage, figure out what is going to happen to these products when they reach the end of their useful life. We need to make progress with regard to the care aspects and durability of the materials used for clothing. We need to work towards a more efficient and cleaner value chains and production chains. And we also need to work on the chemicals that we are using, making sure that these are more appropriate for human health and ecosystem health. And again, this fair transition is crucial. We know that there are so many jobs involved in the textile industry. So to the extent that the industry transforms, we hope that it will also be a useful industry for individuals. We need to make progress with regard to sustainable raw materials, have a shared infrastructure for reverse logistics, and to make sure that we are hopefully having zero waste, sending zero waste to landfills and to dumps. Now, the system has been created. We've been talking about ecosystem aspects. It's growing, and we'll be talking about reutilization, upcycling, metamorphosis aspects, and we will hear from the leading participants bringing these innovations to the market. And we will hear from short tail or trade surfer as enabling technologies. It's not that we're lacking in ideas. What we're lacking in is scale and financing and regulatory framework at the industry level. As mentioned by the minister, Chile is doing its part, and Chile has adopted this new textile strategy involving 49 actions under 4 key areas, which are the same ones that are for the Chilean roadmap of circularity by 2040. Now, we need a great deal of innovation here. We need to make change, cultural change, and we need regulatory amendments as well throughout. And as the minister mentioned, 2025 is a landmark moment for Chile, because Chile, under the EPR law, stated that textiles are a priority product. And the minister referred to the need to reduce per capita consumption of textiles. We also need to boost job posts. That's key. We need to have more valorization of waste and to prevent and eradicate illegal land fills. We know that this postcard that I'm referring to, the one regarding the landfill in San Pedro, needs to be done away with. And we have clear-cut targets. This also brings us to the ERP. And as the minister mentioned, this participatory multi-stakeholder committee will be launched soon as a way to address the targets. So the EPR creates a business model for waste. And in the past, when we didn't have the EPR, or if we don't have the EPR, you can have many great intentions, but you will not have the funding to bring about these transformations.
And so this is a mechanism that creates a market. I mean, when we say to the producers, look, you should be responsible for your products. I mean, until your products become waste, if they're responsible, and the whole configuration of the industry changes. And also, this is something that's being discussed in France for a while now. We could even think about using the whole mechanism of eco-modulation of the rates, which means that the producers pay a rate to collective systems that will comply with their obligations. And it means that they can pay a penalization if there are their own products that are not desirable. In France, they're discussing having a penalization through eco-modulation for the fast fashion products we're talking about before. The ERP works, EPR works in various countries of the world, and that's the reason why today we are implementing it in more than 50 countries at a world level. I've seen it work. In fact, I designed this for containers and for wheels when it wasn't up and running yet. Only 3 years ago, we could count on one hand the municipalities in Chile that were able to pick up and recycle these matters. And now we're talking about dozens of municipalities that have this system. Sorry, you have just one more. I have to interrupt you. Your presentation is very interesting, but we know that the minister should also be able to accompany us because she has to leave. She has to go to Congress. So please, thank you very much for being here. So we will leave the floor to the Undersecretary who's sitting here as well, Jose Ignacio Villalbazo. So Minister, do well. I hope you do well. Thank you for accompanying us and thank you for your words. Guillermo, let's let the Madam Minister leave and then we can continue. Thank you. Have a lovely day, Madam Minister. Guillermo, please, we're really interested in what you're saying. Please continue. Thank you. So here, we're not just talking about managing waste. We are creating like a new industry. The EPR obliges the producers to organize the whole system, and it also includes recollection, classification, and it creates it creates jobs and upstream, as Francisco was saying, not just downstream. We're not just talking about going and picking up used clothes. We're talking about creating a whole industry that didn't exist before. And it's not just an idea that's come from Chile, something that in France, for about 20 years now, launched a whole scheme of EPR for textiles. And since 22 to the date, other countries such as Holland and Hungary and the European Union will be demanding to all of its member states to have an operative EPR system in 2028. This is being discussed in many states of the United States. It's not discussed at a federal level, but at the level of the states as well as Australia, Colombia, and the United Kingdom. So now we're talking about many people who depend on this textile industry. We're talking about 75 million employments globally speaking, where 80%, as was pointed out by Francesca, are women. When we gather 1,000 tons of textile to reuse them, then we are creating between 20 and 35 employments or jobs. And in Chile, it's 134,000 jobs that depend on this industry. You know, people who are seamstress and repair, the classifiers, they're usually informal and usually women. They're invisible. We need to make this more formal, not only as part of the whole policy of the environment, but also as part of our social and economic policies. As Gonzalo pointed out, Latin America is part of the solution. We not only have the possibility of giving the world sustainable raw material, and we have traditions that survive, barely survive actually, with regards to various types of jobs like repairing things, and that gives us a competitive advantage. Not only do we have second-hand markets that don't work perfectly well as we wish they would, but they do exist. And therefore, that is something that is positive. But we also have the possibility, as Gonzalo was saying, to be able to be part of the global conversations, like when we go to the next COP, or upcoming COP 31, as a co-designer of the rules that will be designed in these areas, not just as observers. So definitely, we need to rewrite this story. And we had this niche sort of solution that we had like a collar that you could throw away. And now in 2026, we have industrial, textile industry, but there's all of these problems on a planetary level, global level, but also we have an opportunity for a global change. The difference between these landfill fields and using this properly is the business model, and also collectively, all together. That's why it's so important to have these kinds of meetings, to be able to see what is happening in the region and to be able to interact among such diverse players. As we are here, and in the next 3 days, we'll be sharing all of this information. It's very important. As was said by Madam Minister, we hope that this will lead us to action. Before I end, I'd like to leave a question on the table. What needs to happen so that our region will be more profitable to be able to recover an apparel than to throw it away? So that's the question. How can we make it more profitable to recover it or reuse it than to throw it away? Thank you very much. So good morning to all of you. Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone for all of their comments, and especially what Guillermo just said. Well, leaves us all thinking, and we're a lot more committed to be able to, as we say, get the juice out of these 3 days. I would like to give you a warm welcome and thank you all for being here. We know that many of you have had to travel for other regions from our country and from other countries of this region to be able to be there. So we thank you for your time and the commitment that you have to be able to accompany us here at this summit. I'd also like to thank the Ministry of the Environment of Chile for being part of this leadership, also ECLAC and UNEP for giving us all of this, their trust in this summit, and all of our sponsors that we mentioned before. Gonzalo mentioned them actually. But especially, I would like to thank the extraordinary work of the working group, who for several months was behind the organization of this important gathering. In the upcoming 3 days, we have an agenda that is a lot of spaces for innovation and exchange of experience. And quite logically, we want all of you to be able to get to know each other. And we mentioned already that we have many different players here in this space here in Santiago in Chile. And that's what's so enriching. We want to invite you to take the time at the coffee break at lunchtime to meet and create the ecosystem that we're looking for. We need to create these ecosystems from the region to be able to move towards the transition and make this circularity much more efficient and much more accelerated. I like the question that Guillermo left on the table that was also mentioned by other members of the panel, and that is the important leadership that Latin America and the Caribbean can have in global uh, conversations about textile circularity, where we have a lot of work to do still, where we have like factoring and refactoring and seamstress and reusing and recycling within our systems, within our own countries. And how can we make this much more powerful and scale it up to the global north, and also to share these experiences south-south. So this event is being led by Chile, but connected up in the other streaming channels, we have other countries that are accompanying us, and they're here as well. Several representatives of the region are here as well in person. So I want to thank absolutely all of you for your interest to transform the textile industry with real experiences and the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean, the global south, for ourselves and for the world. So thank you for being us. 3 days, a lot of learning, conversations that will be transformative. Let's have an excellent summit, and may the conversations also create more commitment at a personal and industrial point of view. So thank you very much. And now we're going to have a coffee break. Am I right? Yes. Let's have a round of applause. Thank you, Paula. Paula has placed not only her heart into this, but many, many hours of work. So thank you very much. Look at all the things that are coming out. So I'd like to invite you to stretch your legs and do a little bit of networking, but please be brief. Our agenda is really, really intense. So as they say on the television, I'll give you a little teaser before you go. We're going to be talking when you come back, something that we have not talked about before. So please go have your coffee, go to the bathroom maybe, and we will wait for you to come back in 10 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Bueno, ya estamos de vuelta. Muchísimas gracias. Espero que haya sido un rico momento,
Recording in
un
progress.
primer espacio para poder
Very
compartir.
well, welcome back. We want to continue with the program that we had this morning. It's nearly midday, so let's be very, very careful with the time so that we can have all of the session and have our lunch in a few minutes. So in this session, as I was saying before the coffee break, words are very important with regards to the governments and the regional representatives. We've talked about circular economy strategies in EPR Latin America. The idea is to understand where each of the territories or countries are with regards to circular economy and the EPR law. What have the main obstacles been, and where can regional cooperation help? Because sometimes one country cannot solve anything all by themselves. So we invite to the participation, and we want to hear about the advancements and the gaps. And what is important is to have an honest diagnosis. We talked about dialogue and transparency, and so that it will be useful. So the next panel we will have Luis Ignacio, and he is senior in ECLAC. Thank you, Carolina. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for all being here. Thank you. I want to thank all of the organizations for being there. This is Luis Fernando Krieger, Medio from ECLAC. So, and many other organizations that are here, like UNEP, and who were part of this, bringing everybody together for this moment, this opportunity. And so in the first panel, we're going to be talking about, saying in English, first things first. So let's talk about the tasks that have the greatest priority first, in the sense of these habilitating conditions. That's why here in ECLAC, we look at the barriers and the moving forward for circularity in our region, and we link these barriers to a theory of change to promote that transition towards the circularity. So with regards to these habilitating conditions, we identify that these barriers to be overcome are the lack of national strategies for circular economy. There's a legal framework that will permit other types of developments to take place. The lack of metrics and data instruments is also important to build these instruments as far as standards are concerned, as well as financial resources to feed all of this, and then governance of circularity. So the initial mechanism has to do with centralizing the efforts within every country and define the institutions that are responsible to lead the process, meaning to state clearly within this governance who is responsible for the transition. And then we will be able to overcome the other barriers bit by bit. And that's why this initial panel talks about the most important thing, the conditions. The conditions with regards to legal frameworks so that productive sectors, through innovation processes, will be able to materialize this transition. And so the strategies and the actions that are presented here by the countries should be giving us a general vision of how we walk in the region with these policies and these processes that are of the transition. So what I want to ask the members of the panels is that they should give us a general point of view of their strategies. And here we have a vision from Chile, Colombia, Uruguay, and the province of Buenos Aires. And we think we should be able to have like a better idea of how these strategies are moving and what connections they have, what possible connections they have with the textile situation and all of the other instruments to have circularity, especially in the textile industry, so it can move forward. So that's the objective of this panel. And we're going to start by giving the floor to Chile. Next to me, I have José Ignacio Vial Barros, Undersecretary of the Environment for Chile. He's a lawyer, Chilean lawyer, who has been working also in the environment as head of the cabinet, of the Undersecretary of the Cabinet, and of the Environment here in Chile. And right now, he is the Undersecretary of the Environment. This person will be able to give us this general vision of how Chile is positioned with regards to the strategies of the circular economy, and in that sense also that we should be able to make comparisons and listen to the interesting experiences that Chile has for the whole region of Latin America and the Caribbean. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Luis. Good morning to everyone who is here, those who are here and those who are far away and connected online. I want to start by thanking the fact that this summit is taking place. First of all, I want to thank the ECLAC and UNEP, CTHC, and also the workers of the ministry who were able to do this. I know that perhaps I'm the visible face, but all of the work that's done behind, on behalf of all of the officials, I want to thank them all for doing all the work to make this possible. And so I would like to start talking about the path that Chile has gone down to tell you how we are where we are now. Well, for several years now, we have been trying to be responsible for all of our waste. In 2016, we had an important discussion in the Parliament, and this law 29,020 and talked about the responsibilities of the producer and also wanted to foster recycling. And within the framework of this legal coverage and support is that in the year 2019, we started to work on a roadmap to be able to determine how Chile must attain or move towards a circular economy. And this, what made us think that we needed a roadmap? Well, in the last 20 years, we saw that there was an important increase of waste, household waste, municipally speaking, and recycling was only about 13%. And we had more and more places of final disposal that didn't have the proper permits. And of course, that creates all kinds of consequences of problems of the land and also of the waters and of the air. And this is why our administration back then decided to start to make this roadmap for a circular Chile for 2040, participative, collaborative, where we worked at a regional, sectorial level. We also consulted our citizens, and there were many observations. We had interesting committee for this, and we established a whole series of goals. Some of them were quite ambitious, such as to be able to have 180,000 employees that will be like green employment and be able to reduce 25% of household waste and also to increase the rate of recycling to up to 75%. Now, this is also part of the commitment that we had in 2020 from Chile. And in that sense, this was a sort of strategy to be able to determine not only what should we do with the standard that had already been created. In fact, the law that I mentioned before already talked about what products were like a priority as far as gathering them and putting a value on them through that decree, but also to be able to face other lines of action that needed to be developed to be able to attain the objective of moving towards a circular economy. In that sense, there was a whole idea or a need that came about of not only having the strategy at a national level, but also to be able to face situations of the sector that had to do with waste in specific industries. That was like in the construction industry, and then we also started looking at all of the waste that had to do with the food waste And also, with all of the indicators that were telling us of the situation that was affecting our country, had to do with the textile industry. So because of this, it was decided when we had basically just started developing this roadmap for a circular economy of 2040, we decided we needed to have a strategy with regards to textile matters. And this work, it took us several years. And also, it was done with a lot of participation. We also had like a strategic committee that helped us. We had workshops at a regional level and a sectorial level as well. We worked together with civil society, with the academy, and with experts. And this strategy, well, decided it was going to follow the four main axes that we already had, like the circular culture, innovation, and regulation for circular matters. And around that, we have certain goals, and Guillermo talked about them. They're really quite ambitious. And of course, they respond to this situation that was affecting the country because the textile industry of our country was basically just for national production. And then when markets opened up and Chile became part of the international sort of markets and free trade agreements, we stopped just making textile for Chile, and also we started importing a lot. And in fact, nowadays, most of the textile that we have in Chile are imported. And in fact, it was said before, with regards to second-hand clothes, Chile and Latin America is the first importer that imports clothes, and the fourth at a world level that imports used clothes. And within that context, also the consumption, people started consuming a lot more apparel or clothes, about 50 different pieces of clothing per person. This is more than many other countries, very similar to what happens in the United States. And so we opted to have this strategy, which is really quite visionary, for the days when we started talking about it. In fact, now we see what's happening in the northern countries and what's happening in the north of our own country, actually, these illegal landfills. So in 2025, we started with the publication of this strategy, which seeks for this circular economy should also reach the textile industry and should be within the whole textile industry as such. So this is a strategy that is really quite complete if you think about it, because it's based also or developed in these lines of action, and that has to do with our national strategy. So here we realize that it's important to face or to move towards the circular economy in the textile industry through regulation, but it's also important this should have other lines of action, such as education, sensitization, and awareness are very important. When we look at some of the goals of this strategy is to reduce the overconsumption of textile. Right now it's 72 kilos per person, and we want to bring it down 15% by 2030 and 30% by 2040. This is something that is a challenge, but also means a change in the culture and to foster reusing and also make sure that the design lasts much longer. And instead of this fast fashion, which is what we have now in our culture, in our social networks, and to go from a linear type of economy and have a circular economy. That's what we're seeking with all of these lines of action and strategies. So in 2025, we decided upon this strategy, and there are all these initiatives, about 50 different actions that have to be taken from 2025 to 2040, not only the Ministry of the Environment, but also other areas of the state, in the sense that we're not just through regulation and also education, but also to generate a circular economy around the textile industry and to be able to recover those jobs that used to exist. That nowadays, the way that consumption has happened is they've been lost. And sometimes it's very difficult. I mean, I like to climb mountains, and one way is to reuse our shoes is by changing the soles. And it's difficult to find a proper cobbler who knows how to do this. And And so regulation, once again, can create these markets and can create the conditions for this to come about, to be able to see it and make it visible, as Guillermo said. There's a lot of jobs and professions that are invisible, such as a shoe mender or cobbler. And another thing is like, who is responsible to carry out all of these actions in this matter without prejudice? I mean, what the EPR law is very, very important. I mean, before 2025, we didn't have it. Had laws for electronic matters and for oils and lubricants. And nevertheless, the first product that was incorporated after this law has to do with textiles. And this implies an important challenge, but it's also an opportunity. And we have experience with all of the other priority types of products and the goals that we have for each and every one of us, and the experience that we've had from like wheels and also with the oils and lubricants as well as batteries. And so we have better instruments for this. We will be able to learn from those problems and those barriers that we're able to identify before.
We see that we are working on fine-tuning these instruments and in order to identify which aspects can be improved. And that way we will be able to continue to work towards meeting the targets. And of course, that's what we aim to do. Now, this did not start from scratch. We have been working on the EPR law with the industry, working on having a clean production agreement as well, to set up traceability mechanisms to gather thousands of kilos of textile waste to allow for this to have a second life, if you will, be reutilized. So let me talk about what the status of the EPR is today. Well, under this resolution, textile products were recognized to be priority products. We started working on this for the long term. A great deal of information has been gathered. We are conducting surveys, and we are also working with this broad operational committee in order to gather more information with a view to define targets that are attainable and realistic, and that would be the end result of a collaborative effort. But again, this is just one part of the strategy. There are many other areas of action worth addressing. For example, as I mentioned, the Clean Production Agreement, and recently guidelines were published to support municipalities with regard to how to address clothing donations during catastrophes or crises. Back in 2010, as a result of the earthquake, the citizens were called upon to donate clothing, and unfortunately, a lot of individuals took their clothes, which were in a poor state, and donated those. So the idea, well, in Chile, we're constantly facing disasters and crises related to climate change, etc. So the idea is for the ministry to provide support to the municipalities to better manage the clothing donations received during crises. Moreover, we will also be requiring a variety of different regulations to address the different aspects discussed. For example, clothing imports, secondhand clothing imports. This is an issue that has received a great deal of attention and is worth significant analysis. 30,000 tons a year have been brought into Chile, and then these end up in illegal landfills. And again, the ministry referred to that, and there are reparation plans underway to address this textile situation in northern Chile. The state has understood the consequences of these actions for landscape, for the soil quality, for the environment. Many of these textiles are being burned as well. And so the ministry is making progress along those lines. We are taking part in a reparation plan to come up with solutions involving a series of actions to resolve the situation, as well as to address the governance aspects to prevent this from happening again in the future. And the ministry should have a decree that defines targets related to textile waste within the framework of the EPR. So that is, in global terms, what Chile has done with regard to textiles. And again, I wanted to stress that we have this strategy. This is part of the EPR law of making textiles a priority product. We are making project with pilot programs. We are aware that we require additional regulations, and we know that it's not just about the regulatory approach to this, but we also have to complement this with other approaches related to environmental education, awareness, and we need to, from different fronts, create a situation in which we are able to transition towards a circular economy in this regard. Thank you. Thank you, Jose Ignacio. While you were talking about the excess consumption issue, I recalled how a few weeks ago in Italy, an interesting, important person passed away, Carlos Petrini. He was the funder of the slow food movement. This is a movement that is present in more than 170 countries today. And I was thinking, as you were talking, that this could be the beginning of something for the circular economy. We could perhaps coin this concept of slow fashion. I think that would be a positive event for our societies. So with regard to the economic global losses related to this, we have the most recent circularity gap report, and there's mentioned that roughly 30% of the global GDP is related to loss and production process losses and losses during the consumption and waste stages. Early waste, that is, products that are thrown away before they reach the end of their useful life. So there's a wealth of resources and economic value that is just lost. And we cannot continue to lose all of this, because the idea is to transition towards a more sustainable world. So in that regard, let us move on and hear from Colombia. We will hear from Slendy Diaz from the Ministry of the Environment of Colombia. The Colombian state is extremely involved in developing a strategy and implementing said strategy. Slendy is a civil engineer with more than 12 years in experience in both the public and private sectors and in academia as well. So Slendy has some insights for us with regard to what has been carried out thus far in Colombia and what we can do to work closer with the textile industry. Thank you, Luis. Before beginning, I would like to thank the Chilean government and ECLAC, Ambition Loop, and the UNEP for this invitation, and to congratulate you for having organized such an incredible event. It's quite impressive to see what we were all doing here in Latin America, how we are trying to speak with a single voice, we're trying to figure out what we can do together and find the best way to have a loud, clear, inspirational message. And I think the discussions we will be holding here will be crucial to all that. Before beginning, allow me to mention how this whole issue has come about in Colombia and the overall evolution. It has been quite an honor, in fact, for me to have the opportunity to be here today to talk about this. I've been working in this field even before I joined the ministry. During the pandemic, I was providing support for translating the certifications of the Economy Institute's circular fashion certifications. And these were in English, so we needed to translate these certifications for the Economy Institute to close the gap between the English and Spanish speaking worlds. And I think that was an important step. We also translated the circular fashion certification. So I just wanted to refer to that because that does have an impact on what we have done in Colombia. Now, the technical position of the Economy Institute is directly related to the circular business models. In other words, how can we have an impact so that we can get back to timeless fashion pieces, if you will, for designer collections. Uh, and it's also important to enable this from the production level to foster repairs again. But we don't want these to be isolated initiatives or to be the exception. We want these to be the rule. So the idea is to create instruments that link what we should do with what the private sector is doing. What can we do to take that which is on paper and turn it into something practical? Well, that's why I really enjoy what we're doing here. We have two perspectives, the public sector government perspective and the private sector business perspective. And we need both involved so that we will have a target that's not so idealistic, but rather achievable. And we need to work with the best of both worlds. So in 2019 in Colombia, we published the National Circular Economy Strategy. An assessment was conducted nationwide prior to launching the strategy, and three key areas of action were defined: materials, industries, and mass consumption products. This involved packaging, biomass, construction materials, water, sources of energy. These were the six priority flows that were underscored under the Colombian strategy. And again, the textile aspect was not specifically mentioned, just industrial materials. And we were following what Chile was doing at the same time. And I also think expired medication was added to this overall process. And in 2017, that was the situation. But the next step involved assessing the progress, the evolution, because again, all of this took place several years ago, 7 to 8 years ago, and we know that the conversation has evolved. So what is the country doing today as part of this strategy? We had to first educate the economy, the citizen society with regard to what the circular economy is, but we know that the situation today is entirely different. This year, we launched the Colombian Circular Economy Roadmap. The flows were changed. Now we are working with industrial materials, biomass, energy, construction materials, infrastructure, and minerals as one of the key streams, not flows, streams. And we know that in the beginning, we were only focusing on the construction sector to address minerals, and minerals were entirely left out of the circularity concept. But in Colombia, a great deal of the tons extracted in terms of minerals are for the construction industry, for infrastructure, and for precious metals and non-metallic and metallic minerals. So it's important to create that stream. And what happened? That assessment was conducted. That was a midterm assessment to see if we needed to make any changes to our strategy. And the textile industry was not identified, but we identified that there was a need to create a strategy for the textile sector. So we decided to do that, but we did not have sufficient information. We did not have a stream, an assessment, or a baseline. So, with support by the by international players, we set up the National Textile Working Group to conduct a baseline study. And we unfortunately did not reach the level of detailed information that we wanted, but we did better understand the volume, the scope of the problem, and of the opportunities at the same time. So this baseline study was conducted last year, and then we defined the national textile strategy. This was defined with a consultant, an expert in the Ministry of the Environment. Essentially, we came up with the strategy by way of cooperation, and we had to define what should be prioritized. Eco design, but with a value chain approach. And we need to address all of this from the chain perspective. We also defined the need to further promote bio-based materials and pigments. We are an agricultural country, so we produce textiles with a great deal of vegetable fibers, such as yucca or banana, plantain, cáñamo, and not just cotton. So when we talk about fashion, it seems that most people talk about the materials and tend to ignore the water component. But we do know that the fashion sector has a significant environmental footprint as a result of the water. And we have many indigenous peoples in Colombia and artisanal ancestry. And so we want to make sure that they were taken into consideration as well. I agree with what Jose Ignacio and Luis and Guillermo have mentioned, in that in Colombia we have a wealth of potential with regard to going back to timeless fashion, to reparations, to repair footwear and apparel. I tend to do that a great deal, but not everyone does that. So one of our goals is to make sure that this becomes the rule and not the exception. We have the installed capacity. We have the craftsmen available to do so, and we want to make sure that this knowledge remains intact and that it will not be lost. We don't want to see a situation in which there's no demand, so there's no supply, and the little shops close down. And we also have companies that recycle textiles, and they have capacity that's not being utilized. Last year, in fact, we conducted some pilot programs to try to expand this concept of what we call the material passports. And so this is one way to address the textile aspect. Now let me refer to the EPR and the strategy. The strategy is a voluntary mechanism. It allows us to understand our status quo and what actions we can take. The ERP allows us to be more rigorous as well with regard to certain actions. We are working on designing this and right now today, and we realize that initially it should be voluntary implementation and gradually move towards mandatory actions. So there are some challenges related to the extended producer responsibility realm. We see that the textile industry involves a global complex value chain located in many different corners throughout the world. So it's more challenging to address than other industries in terms of the EPR. So we have studied what is taking place around the rest of the world and in Europe, and most parties are focusing on the downstream components of the textile industry, and we would like to focus on upstream aspects. it's not just about extended producer responsibility. We cannot entirely burden the producer, but the consumer is also a key player here. And if I don't have a market to sell my wares, then nothing will happen. So it's important to bear in mind the responsibilities and the roles and actions. And so we should also have extended consumer responsibility so that there is greater transparency and we come up with qualified consumer demand. If there is no market, if there are no consumers demanding or requiring products, we will see the situation will change and individuals will prefer slow fashion over fast fashion and take part in the circular economy, and that will bring about investments. Investments are a barrier. We do not have the installed capacity. The business community may say, nope, there's not a market for this, so let's not do that. But if there is supply and if there is demand, there will be supply, and investors may take upon the risk to invest in machinery and technology. So it's not just about the incentives, but we have to develop the market as well. And I also mentioned other criteria related to the roadmap and the need to reinforce the value chain related to repairing and remanufacturing. We also know that the secondhand market is growing enormously quickly. It's a market that we need to continue focusing on as well. This is one way to minimize clothing that becomes waste in the end. We know that there are certain articles of clothing that are manufactured but never reach the market, and they're simply turned into waste. Now, these we can implement predictive models to address this waste, and this would be based on demand. And during the manufacturing process, there's a lot of remnants and pieces left behind. And if more efficient cutting technologies were invented, we would be able to diminish this waste. So that is one of the challenges in Colombia as well.
So one of these challenges is so that we'll be able to have this recycling. It doesn't matter if it's broken or part of it is not, or it breaks in the end of the machine. Something just breaks it a bit more. So we have to capture this and then separate them properly because it's totally different. Textile recycling for cotton than for synthetic materials, and the mixtures. We use mixed fibers, and this circular economy would like to be just mono material, but the market is asking for mixed fibers. So we have to look for these points where we come to an agreement. And then on the other hand, to get back to durability in the clothes, to make sure that market starts to really value clothes that last longer. So we want to have a position, a fixed position. We haven't done that yet because right now we're exploring all of these ideas. We don't know what is the right path. And that's why we're going to have this dialogue, to be able to see if this should start should it be defined with EPR, should be defined by materials or by different types of clothes or clothes families, as it were, or the different residues that are generated. So before we jump down one of those paths, we need to analyze each and every one to see which is best. And so that's it. And then the opportunities that we have to have this regional hub is, well, there are several opportunities. First of all, we have to believe in local talent and keep these capacities up and running and then strengthen. Because we say, look, we're launching a strategy. Well, okay, but now we're starting on this path, but now it's a different job starts, which is called implementation. We should never stop doing things, otherwise we go backwards. If we publish a tool or a strategy that is so difficult and a lot of work, but then no one applies it, I mean, how can we accompany it, really, is the question, effectively, so that we can continue to move forward and we don't lose what we've already gained and all of the abilities we already have. Another matter, this regional hub can also help us to have greater scalability. The solutions that already exist and the knowledge that we have to be able to replicate it, to be able to use, for example, shared infrastructure. This is important to improve access to technologies. Sometimes someone has a technology and they only use it for their own company. But if we share these services, this can help us to strengthen responsible consumerism that we mentioned before. There's an important question, and I must ask it, and it's what are we going to do with this ultra-fast fashion? In fact, it's a matter they want to study, and perhaps we should have a regional position on evaluation. I mean, what are we going to do against this ultra-fast fashion? I mean, our network, we want it to be more circular, and then per year, there's millions of different pieces of clothing without labor practices, without environmental practices, toxic substances in many of them, difficult to control. If they come through the government, then it's easy. We can maybe control them. But if we buy them, it's like when they send them through the post, it's impossible to measure the traceability. But we cannot forbid it because we have free trade agreements. Now we're analyzing what can we do because it's a threat, it's an imminent threat for the market. In Colombia, this is an important value chain. It's a lot of GDP and employment, but it's under threat because of this, all of this, because we don't have proper competition. And we haven't been able to identify what our position should be. We should evaluate this very well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, this lady, for this general point of view. It's good to see the implementation of the strategy up and running, and also the direction of the instruments that are available. And we see that these strategies are moving forward, despite the fact that in Europe has about 60-odd% of these frameworks or the frames that we have at a global level. But also since 2024 to date, of the 26 new frameworks that we have of the circular economy, 16%, sorry, 16 comes from developed countries. So we're moving quite quickly. And that advancement is based in Latin America and Africa. So we are walking much quicker, and that gives us like this sort of hope that the transition towards circularity is moving forward properly. Very well, let's move forward. Now let's give the floor to Uruguay. We have Garini Gurgerian from the Ministry of the Environment from Uruguay. He works in sustainable development of the Ministry of Environment, and he has been involved quite a bit in developing the strategy of Uruguay. Garini is an engineer and has a master's degree in environmental engineering, and she will be telling us about the first steps and how they're moving to implement the strategy. You have the floor, Garini. Good morning to all of you. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be here, sharing our experience and with all of the other people who are here present to be able to listen to the experiences that Chile has, because Chile is moving forward quite quickly in this whole matter of textiles. Very well, my idea is to tell you about a bit of the background that we have in Uruguay at the strategic level, as well as far as specific regulations are concerned, as far as the EPR. We have a legal framework and a strategic framework that is quite solid. I won't give you too much of a background, but since our constitution, actually, there's a specific article to protect the environment, all the way to things that are much more recent, such as our law for waste that was published and approved in 2019. And there, we started to move forward quite well and quite quickly on matters that has to do with the circular economy. We have our national plan of how to manage our waste, and this was published in 2021, and it established the goals, the objectives, and lines of action, what it truly wanted was to lower the generation of waste and, of course, the whole hierarchy of different types of waste. And then, more recently, in 2024, we published our national strategy of circular economy, also thanks to support from ECLAC, as they helped us quite a lot to be able to have that strategy. And so that strategy has, well, they've identified 5 main priority flows: biomass, general consumption, energy and mobility, construction, housing, and water. And as far as general consumption or consumption of goods, as far as textiles are concerned, we saw that this is a very important flow, and where we see, and the idea is that it's like there's a whole roadmap to develop policies, incentives, and new regulation. Our ENIC incorporates actions that has to do with textiles and has to do with design, the circular design, and also the extension of the useful life or the life cycle to make it longer. We already mentioned a lot about repairing, and Guillermo was talking about sewing, and I thought it was very good to mention this. And the Undersecretary was talking about repairing, like repairing shoes, for example. And that's very important for us in Uruguay, because we're moving slowly and taking steps towards this, and to be able to have like these jobs for repairing. And from the Ministry of the Environment, we have like a whole register of repairers. And right now, this just started. I mean, we started developing it for repairing like electronic mm, types of things. But the idea is that that register of repairers should be much broader. It should be for many other consumer goods, and that includes textiles. And that is a public registrar, and in fact, the people, the repairers and the companies put their name there, and then the population can have access to this registrar and find the repairer that's closer to them. And also within the ENIC, we also talked about reusing matters and the second-hand markets, as well as developing business models that optimize the use of resources. I know this sounds like a very big title, but it's a lot of what's already being done. For example, like we can like hire clothes. That's something that in Uruguay is also uh, happening quite a lot. So with regards to the strategy and the circular economy, it's like these are the actions that we're thinking about specifically, and especially for textiles. With regards to the responsibility in the hands of the producer, for more than 20 years, we've been implementing the EPR. In fact, the first law of EPR started in 2003, and it had to do with batteries with acid lead, and we have developed other laws for EPRs for other types of waste, such as containers, especially for agrochemical matters, as well as car wheels. And we were saying this happened in 2003. It's not only for the acid and the lead, but we also included other types of batteries, especially like the electromobility and other types of batteries that have lithium, for example. And also we've regulated also through the EPR electronic apparatus. And so this was published in 2024, and it was the first law that we had, or the first rule that we had in EPR, and we put the proper name to this circular economy. And so we incorporated everything that had to do with repairing and technical services, and also other concepts. Now, And here I want to stop a little bit and talk about this with greater detail because it's important. When we incorporate another concept, we have to bear in mind the whole life cycle of this matter. For example, we import electronic and electric apparatuses from other countries, so we do not have anything to say about the design. So we see that the rate has to do with what has to do with repairing and having the spare parts and having technical support and extended guarantees. So that model, we could sort of replicate it in the textile industry. So all of this industry, all of this experience that we've had in this industry for the last 20 years in EPR in Uruguay, we understand that it has permitted us to develop these capacities and traceability, mechanisms for control, collective schemes and tools that I was mentioning before, and also incorporating social inclusion in this whole matter of these classifiers or recyclers, as they call them here. And I'm very happy that we have some present here in this talk and in this discussion, because as far as we understand that for Uruguay, these are very important people as with regards to the whole chain. So right now, we don't have a EPR scheme for textiles in Uruguay. These capacities for regulation that we have within our institution that we've developed for more than 20 years, and the implementation of the EPR already give us favorable conditions to be able to implement this in the future for the textiles. And also our national strategy for circular economy, which is called NEC, in Uruguay, helps us to move forward in this direction. Nevertheless, we must bear in mind certain challenges that textiles have, which is different to other types of residues, and that we've already regulated in Uruguay. And so in Uruguay, we have developed the reusing of clothes. We developed this quite well, but it's an informal type of market. So we don't really have like a registrar, we have no real traceability, but it happens in any case. For example, in sort of certain shops or platforms, or electronic platforms for exchange, and also sort of little markets. So that's something that we have among people that know each other, and so they give each other like clothes, we give it to each other. And so this dynamic, although it does contribute to the extent to making this life cycle a bit longer, it is something outside of formal matters. And it is something that we see that we have to bear in mind for the textile industry. Also, there are other things that are important. In the case of Uruguay, we import textile. We don't have a very strong industry. Our industry, unfortunately, is very small, and this is a great challenge that we have. And this is why I'm tying this all together to what I was saying before with regards to what is happening to the articulation of this. So we want to have proper standards that are harmonized in the region. Now, the criteria of the textiles, well, we've already had this, and as we are mainly importers, we cannot have an influence, or it's very difficult for us to have an influence in the quality of the type of materials that come into our country and the materials they're made with. So to be able to have common standards, and as far as the region is concerned, of the different types of labels and digital passports of these products, of the design, and to reduce these different substances that are in these clothes that were mentioned at the beginning of this talk, of this panel, actually. These are aspects that are very important, and we have to come to an agreement in the region, because we cannot do this by ourselves. There is an increase of buying things across borders through the digital platforms that we have. and that we've all heard of. And that also gives us a different challenge regarding who are going to be obliged to comply with this.
It's difficult to regulate other countries with our own EPR schemes. Now, this is a very important legal challenge, and we are facing this challenge today. For example, this happens with electronics and appliances. We see that as a result of internet purchases from other countries, the importers are concerned, and it's entirely valid. And they say, I am contributing to a collective management system, but the platforms, the online platforms, are not being regulated because they're not in our country. But despite that, many products are purchased and brought into the country using those platforms, and then they turn into waste. So these are one of the issues that we need to resolve. For example, the European Union, with regard to electronics, are working on this. They haven't resolved it either, though, but they're working on it. There was mention that they were working with Amazon and other similar platforms. So nonetheless, this is a consideration that we need to bear in mind even more so with textiles, because this happens more often than it does with electronics. There's another factor that, as far as I understand, is something that takes place in other countries and not just in Uruguay, and I'm referring to waste as a result of commercial decisions. I used to work at a waste management company before joining the ministry, and we would receive clothing in perfect condition, and we had to destroy the clothing because the brand names did not want their logo to appear in the public realm on in the wrong context, because that would result in a would result in sullying their brand name, and that simply cannot be. Just because of brand positioning, we cannot accept destroying clothes from a collection just because it's the past season collection. So clearly, the governments have a great deal to do, and brand representatives must also be subject to the EPR regulatory control over textiles. And in order to close my remarks, I wanted to underscore the importance of reinforcing secondhand markets to provide incentive for more durable designs, to further develop infrastructure for classifying and for the valorization of materials are all essential. In Uruguay, we do not have specific regulations applicable to textiles, although we do have more than 20 years of experience in implementing EPR, and as far as I understand it, is an enabling condition for us to tomorrow work on this as far as an institutional and social strategy is concerned, so that we may gradually work towards the implementation of a wealth of different instruments. Thank you. Thank you for those remarks, Garine. You referred on several occasions to your 20 years of experience with circular instruments, and that's quite interesting. We know that you have an excellent baseline for policy instruments. And with regard to collaborative efforts, we have been working with other countries as well. Paraguay, for example, Ecuador, Panama. Our office in Brazil works with Brazil, and we have also worked with the Buenos Aires province. Oh, and just by the way, we have, by way of streaming, Julia Mancini from the
Hola,
Ministry of the
sí, ¿qué tal?
Environment of
Buenas
the
tardes.
province of
¿Cómo se
Buenos
encuentran?
Aires. Are you here with us, Julia? Yes, I am. Good afternoon. It's excellent to hear from you. Thank you, Julia. Julia represents the Ministry of the Environment for the province of Buenos Aires in Argentina. She has more than 17 years of experience working on valorization, and currently she is the planning director of the Secretariat of Urban Solid Waste and the Circular Economy of the Provincial Ministry of the Environment. She is here to talk a bit more about the state of art of the provincial strategy and how this is tied into the textile industry. So thank you for joining us, Julia. The
Muchísimas
floor
gracias,
is
Luis.
yours.
Saludos
Thank you,
desde el
Luis.
ayuntamiento,
Greetings to everyone,
al
and thank
gobierno
you
de Chile, a
to
CEPAL,
the government of
y a
Chile,
todos
to
los que están
ECLAC,
aquí en la
and to
presencia.
all others
Bueno, ¿qué
present.
decirles? La provincia de Buenos
All
Aires
right,
está en
I
Argentina.
would like to mention that the Buenos Aires
Pero la
province
provincia de
is in
Buenos
Argentina,
Aires, como gobierno subnacional,
and as
tiene
it's the
un
province,
peso
as a
y una
subnational
importancia, una
government,
cantidad de
has
gente,
a
un
significant
poder
weigh-in and a large
estrategia
population.
provincial.
Therefore, we require a provincial circular economy
Un
strategy.
entendimiento, no tenemos la misma política
Also, we do not have the
en
same
materia de
policy
ambiente,
as
en
far
materia
as
de
the environment is
producción a nivel
concerned or
nacional.
production is concerned
La
as the
Ministerial
national government.
cercana
So we call for
ha
our own
colaborado
strategy. And we
en
know that
ayudarnos a
ECLAC has worked
desarrollar
with us
la que
to
estamos
assist us in coming up with our own
considerando
strategy.
que, bueno, tenemos nuestra constitución nacional
We have obviously a
proclama
national
el
constitution,
derecho a un ambiente sano,
which
sustentable,
includes as an
misma
enshrined
protección
right the
social,
right to a
se
balanced
habla del
healthy
ambiente
environment,
ambiental y los
and then we
recursos,
have the
los bienes
excuse
naturales.
me, the provincial constitution that
Pero
also
bueno, esto es un
refers to environmental
desafío
protection and the
desarrollar
environment
una
and
estrategia
protecting natural common rights and
internacional.
resources.
Sobre
In
todo
any
en
event,
contexto
we are
nacional
facing a
de
challenge with regard
priorización
to developing this strategy in the national context,
porque la provincia de Buenos Aires
and
es una
the
provincia
Buenos
de
Aires
mucho crecimiento
province
productivo. Pero bueno,
is
logramos
well
este
known
año
for its production, and we weigh in significantly with regard to production matters. So this year, thanks to all of the efforts put forth by the various provincial ministries of the Buenos Aires province, we have come up with a strategy. Now, the Ministry of the Environment is the driving force behind this strategy, and it's the leader of the organizing committee, but there are different committees involved, such as the Ministry of Infrastructure, the Ministry of the Economy, the Ministry of Agricultural Development, the Ministry of Production, Science, and Technological Innovation, the Ministry of Transportation. In other words, this is an intra-ministerial strategy. So let me talk a bit about the strategy. Within the Ministry of the Environment, we have a comprehensive or an integral waste management plan. We have a climate change response plan as well, involving commitments already taken on with regard to adhering to or attaining the SDGs. We compliance with the Escazú agreement. We have other commitments related to climate change matters that we will be complying with, and we took on the responsibility of addressing this policy with a great deal of seriousness. And we had to make sure that all of these plans actually coincided with the circular economy strategy. So the circular economy strategy needed to meet the social justice principles as well. It needed to be economically competitive and competitive in terms of production development, while also being sustainable, so that we would be able to transform the production and consumption systems existing today in our province and turn these into something more sustainable, lower in carbon emissions, and above all, inclusive.
Pensemos que la provincia de Buenos Aires concentra el 36%
Now,
del
36%
PBI
of the national
y
GDP
que,
is concentrated within our province.
dar respuesta
As a result,
a las principales
we
necesidades
need to
socioeconómicas y socioambientales de los
satisfy the primary socioeconomic needs and socioenvironmental needs of the inhabitants in Buenos Aires by way of different measures to preserve ecosystems while also bringing about job opportunities. So the strategy, the work, and the quality of life of individuals are all taken into consideration. Now, I have spent 16 years within this province, getting to know the different municipalities and everything, but just for some statistics, I would like to let you know that 11% of the Argentinian territory corresponds to our province, with a total of 305,900 square kilometers, with a total of 17.5 million inhabitants, and essentially 38% of the country's population lives in our province. It's a very diverse province with metropolitan areas that are densely populated. For example, in the greater metropolitan region of Buenos Aires, we have municipalities with up to 8 million individuals, and we have large cities further inland with smaller towns as well, with 50,000 inhabitants. So there's a variety of different sizes of cities and towns, and a great deal of environmental diversity as well. There are 7 subregions. We have valleys, we have pastures, we have deserts, we have wetlands, we have coastal areas, we have mountainous regions, we have areas with intense agricultural activity, wheat production, livestock, and we are also the leading province in terms of non-metal mineral production as well. Limestone, gravel, we have the largest fisheries production of the country as well. So essentially, this subnational territory has a high production potential as well as a lot of natural vulnerabilities. That is why the provincial circular economy strategy also needed to take into consideration territorial environmental planning. As a result, it was a very complex process, Luis. I'm not sure if you recall the large number of public debates that were held. This was a very satisfying process that we undertook, and we know that it is necessary for us to adapt to our current circumstances.
Por otro lado, la provincia de Buenos Aires tiene el Ministerio de Ambiente.
The Buenos Aires province also has its own provincial Ministry of the Environment, but the national level does not have one. At the national level, it's a combined ministry, the Ministry of the Environment and the Sports Ministry. But our provincial Ministry of the Environment has been in existence for 4 years now, and we attribute a great deal of importance to the natural protected areas. We have 1.6 million hectares of natural protected areas, accounting for 5% of the provincial territory. This, of course, is part of our circular economy. We don't just talk about waste when we talk about the circular economy. We talk about ecosystem restoration when we refer to the circular economy. We refer to the ability to capture carbon emissions as well, carbon emission sinks, and working towards regenerative ecological agricultural activities. All of this is part of the circular economy strategy. Now, all this was to provide you with context as to how challenging it was for us to come up with a strategy. But please, you're running out of time. I would like to request that you work towards concluding your remarks. So, as I was saying, we have several different well marked production sectors: the agricultural sector, construction sector, transportation sector, the manufacturing sector, involving food and beverage sectors, the textile sector, chemical and mineral processing sectors. So essentially, this is an intra-ministerial strategy.
La estrategia, pero con un instrumento, un eje organizador
The strategy was crucial. It involved environmental governance. It was a very participatory process, and we were able to take into consideration the various contributions of the different stakeholders represented. The speaker has muted herself, unfortunately.
I'm sorry, we've lost your voice. Yes, we can hear you now. Yes, we can. So we're talking about the participation, the transparency, and when this happens through participation in the whole government, which is a specific direction within the Ministry of the Environment, we can guarantee continuity of the policies, making sure that it transcends just that which is political. And so we made a council that was represented by several ministries. I said before, the Ministry of the Environment, coordination. We were talking about the presidency because they were launching the strategy, and then ministries of science and technology, statistics, from the Ministry of Economy, always present, as well as the Ministry of Infrastructure. And so we made all of these little committees with different value chains. They were selected and had to do with the flow of materials from the province of Buenos Aires and how much it gives to the whole products within this provincial geography. So within this committee for the value chain, we had two ministries who were coordinating the various value chains, similar to Uruguay. We had 5 priorities: biomass, of course, because of all of the cattle raising that we have in the province. So we had the Ministry of the Environment and then the Ministry of Agrarian Development, and then packing and we had the Ministry of Transportation as well, and the Ministry of the Environment as well. We had infrastructure and the Ministry of the Environment. And then the whole round table of consumer goods. And we included the textiles, electric matters. Look, because of time, could you sort of like make your conclusions? Very well. My conclusion, that we had these goals, short, medium, and long term. What's important is the province of Buenos Aires has a system to recycle textiles and for recycling, generally speaking. But what we're lacking are having these sort of tables of governance by sectors. We also want to start to work with the schools of design and also apprenticeships that we have all over the provinces of Buenos Aires. We're talking about changing the curricula, and for design, we have clusters, textile clusters by municipalities, and there are machines for cutting the material, for sewing the machine, and they can make their own clothes. In fact, what we want to do is to foster reusing textiles, especially post-consumer, because post-industrial already have a whole system to recover and recycle. They transform them for like the car industry, and also they turn into things that are used in construction. So we want to incentivize, and we are in fact doing this with provincial funds for research, and also to turn not clothes into clothes, but also like use clothes into innovative things, innovative products. And we also assume that these textiles that have been made through reusage could have a space in other types of markets, which are like fairs that are organized by the province of Buenos Aires, and they give 40% discount if you buy these selected products. And the last thing I want to say before you kill me, I'm sorry, Julia, the time's over. The time is up. Okay, very well. Anyway, we're working on all of these matters. Well, thank you very much, Julia. I see that you have very interesting experience, and right now it's out for public opinion, and we'll be hearing a lot more about this in the future. It's been very interesting to see and to have the point of view of some of these strategies in our region. There are many others as well, but with this, we can see that there is movement in the region as far as building and these conditions are concerned, these habilitating conditions. So we wanted to thank Jose Ignacio, Islendi, Garini, and Julia for all of their words and for their general vision. I also wanted to thank, quite especially, the German corporation, because they have made the circular economy as a priority, and that has permitted us to have a wonderful cooperation between Germany and ECLAC as far as moving forward and promoting circular economy in the whole region. So thank you very much. I think this has been a very interesting panel as far as public policies are concerned. Let's continue to move forward with regards to understanding better the paths to have a better circularity within the textile industry. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank the panel. I want to thank Luis Fernando. I want to thank you all. Now, there's two housekeeping announcements. People who leave, I hope you don't, but if you do, please remember to leave your translation devices at the entrance, and also leave this lanyard, your credential. We have a little basket. We want to recycle them, so please leave them here. Sometimes people take them as a souvenir, but let's be coherent with what we're doing. As time is of the essence, we want to go to the second panel, but before that, there is a comment. At the beginning, I said that the idea was that we should all be able to participate and not just like observe what's happening. And this is why I would like to mention one of the comments of Sofia Calvo. And she said the whole idea of slow fashion exists. Kate Fletcher invented it in 2007, inspired on the idea of slow food. So a round of applause for you. The idea is that everyone should be able to participate. And you can send in your comments on a piece of paper if you want. If you want to tell me when we leave, that's fine. Well, we would love that everybody could have a voice in this conversation. So let's continue with session number 2, implementing textile EPR in Latin America. This is the first conversation. We saw what the region was doing. And in the second part, the idea is how do we build a EPR system that really works in Latin America. And we have said this with other materials as well. And that's why we're going to be focusing on governance and incentives for design, learning, and many other things. And I won't spend any more time on this introduction, but there's a question deep down. How can we learn from the experience that we had before with other materials that already exist to be able to have and use this positive experience and move forward quickly? And that's why I'd like to give the floor to Karina Martinez, as she's going to be the moderator. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Catalina. Good morning to all of you. But before you continue, just really quickly, I'll interrupt you. I understand the Undersecretary must also leave. Undersecretary, thank you very much. We wanted you to leave without anyone like seeing you, but we wanted to actually thank you before you left. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your words. How about a round of applause? Want to thank all of the authorities that have been with us here. So, Karina, over to you. Well, yes, thank you very much. And also, I want to add my words to what you were saying, Catalina. The people who are on the streaming, I think they can also send their questions. There's someone that is taking note of the questions at the end, as it was mentioned at the end of this panel. The idea is this should be a dialogue. So if someone has an additional comment or question, we can either answer it here or it can be written down, and if you're long distance. So this is a continuation of what we saw before and had to do with public policies for the circular economy and how important it is when we have the right instruments that will permit us to have the proper implementation of these policies. So in this panel, we're going to be talking about the EPR laws and how they are being implemented for textile industry in Latin America. And to start this conversation, I'm going to give the floor to Lucia Gascon, and she's from OECO Institute in Germany, and this is a German institute, it's a think tank, and we have been collaborating in research with other materials such as single-use plastic, together with alliance with the German Alliance, and Lucia has also been leading the circularity and the value chain of textiles in Latin America. So she is going to start off by giving us the main conclusions of this value chain and to provoke the questions that will be coming up after Lucia's presentation. So Lucia, she is in Germany, but she's with us virtually, and I give her the floor so she can give us the presentation of her conclusions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Loud and clear. Well, thank you very much. I'm very happy, even if I'm here far away. I want to start off this panel and talk about the state of textile circularity in Latin America, to later talk about the details. And I'm sure you're going to be discussing this by many experts that are there in the field. But let's get started. The first thing is this: where does this whole matter come from? Well, we've just published a study, Status Quo and Challenges for Recycling and the End of the Lifespan in Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico. And there's a QR here. You can scan it if you want and download the study if you wish, because this will be telling you everything, and I'll be saying in about 10 minutes, but you have all of the details there, much more holistically. So what did we do? We recompiled all of the literature and a lot of interviews. There's one component that is global, with which we generated a technical summary, which has to do with the value chain, the footprint in the environment, circularity, textile circularity, and also regionally. So we saw that there is an advancement in Latin America, and as I was saying, we interviewed a lot of players who are making this a reality in these countries I mentioned: Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia. So today, my number is 6. So we have 6 findings that has to do with what we found in Latin America and the textile industry. And I'll just talk about it really quickly, because others have talked about it before me. The first thing, in Latin America, it is highly lineal, and there's terrible impacts of the environment. You know what I'm talking about. If not, you can read what the report. Number 2, there's a lot of 94% of these companies that export, and it's very informal and at very low salaries. Third point, the textile market in Latin America is dominated by synthetic fibers such as polyester, not just here, but also in the world. And 7.7 have been recycled, 7.7, and 98% is not even from the textiles, it's from plastic bottles. And I'd like to stop for a second and say that even if we turn plastic bottles into clothes, it seems like it's circularity, but it's not. It's downcycling. And we don't want to promote this for many reasons I'm not going to talk about now, but you can read it again in the paper. Number 4, imports from Asia, especially from China, are an important challenge for competitiveness in the region. Brazil is being highly affected. In 2022, 57% came from China, textiles that is. Now in Latin America, especially Chile and Guatemala, it is forbidden, but it still imports 16% of used textiles that come from the global north. Now they're classified when they come to the region, but unfortunately the easiest option is to just put them in landfills or incinerate them. And number 6, because of everything else I've just said, we cannot talk about textile circularity in Latin America. It's not a reality, nor are we surprised because it's not really happening anywhere, not even in Europe. Next point, with number 6. 6 reasons why circularity, textile circularity does not work in Latin America. First of all, the measures and the rules that are specific for circular textiles or managing the end of the life cycle are not very frequent. What we saw in the study is that the laws that exist for this are usually just general laws for waste, and textile as such is not talked about explicitly as part of this waste. It's just part of like solid waste, mixed solid waste. So apart from all of the revisions, it continues to be the way that it is. I'll give you an example. Costa Rica. They revised their law 2021 and they incorporated certain concepts such as EPR for certain products. However, textiles were not included. Therefore, they continue to be just following basic matters of recycling. So that's just one example. I can give you many more. Also, with the EPR and textiles, what we've seen is that the countries of Latin America that are already implementing this, they are looking at like packaging, and applause for Chile because they're pioneers. And then the second reason, gathering the textiles after they've been used, that's the biggest challenge of the region. Therefore, recycling rates are very, very low. Number 3. In fact, if this were not a challenge, there are many big systemic and technical challenges for the circularity. First of all, the technical ones, well, the quality of the clothes is lower and lower, also because of the ultra fashion and fast fashion. And the prices of recycling are limited because of the types of fibers, etc. And then systemic challenges, the use of recycled fibers is not feasible because virgin fibers are much cheaper. And then there's a lack of efficient integration among all of the actors, the producers, classifiers, recyclers, etc. Number 4, as the textile industry in Latin America is dominated by the small and medium-sized companies, they usually have difficulties to be able to have financing and information. And that makes it very difficult to invest in circular practices. Number 5, and it's something that I work with because I work with data. And unfortunately, we do not have data to be able to follow this circularity in the region. And as you know, what we cannot measure, we cannot improve in most countries. We totally lack official data as far as the destiny of these are concerned. And number 6, an important gap
Recording in
of
progress.
knowledge and awareness and understanding of circular economy. We see that many of the players think that it's recycling, and sometimes they continue to make this conventionally, and so as far as sustainability is concerned, well, it becomes very limited, and also they're not they're limited in innovation. Now, as far as the consumers are concerned, very little awareness, and they don't really seem to have many incentives, and they think that if they've been recycled, they are inferior, and that sabotages the whole situation. And the last block I want to talk about are things that are already happening in the region to be able to have a transition towards textile circularity. First of all, we've already seen political will, and like in Chile, we see this in Colombia. We also have consolidated this matter, but that was talked about before. Point number two, local places for gathering of these things. We see in Peru and Guatemala, Colombia, and Chile, we have initiatives that offer that like the gathering at people's homes and projects that are based on applications into used textiles and containers and what have you. Number three, less intensive for technology to recover these textiles. I think this has been existing for many decades. The most obvious one is to resell them for usage. And then organizations that are not for profit, well, they have an important role because they gather these donations and redistribute them. And then number four, there are many residues, post-industrial residue or waste. We see that these are very attractive because they can be gathered and classified very easily. And so they have financial compensation, which is much quicker. What we've seen is that most of the region are specialized in just one type of fiber. Usually it's cotton, and they recycle it mechanically. And then on the other hand, there are many companies that have mechanical downcycling, which is another kind of business. And although it's negative because they produce lower value products, requires less complex technology, a minimum type of classification, and also it means that more heterogeneous things can be included. And we've seen this in Brazil. We spoke with Conte Cristina and many others, and I want to send a shout out to Cristina because she was in charge of upcycling, industrial upcycling. So the clothes were not even sent to recycling, but the little pieces of the cloth were sewed together to make a new kind of cloth. And we talked with Marvel, and a shout out to Alfonso in Mexico. Number five, environmental regulations like the law of co-design in Europe is making a change to greater traceability and transparency. And in Latin America, these advancements give us the opportunity to sort of be repositioned as responsible providers for world markets. And last but not least, and this is my favorite result, is that when I did this study, I saw there are many brilliant people who are working on this matter. We spoke with people from various countries, and they're all working from different trenches with the same purpose, and that is to make textile circularity a reality. So I want to thank all of you, and I think the work of all of these people is the most valuable resource that we have in this region. And with this, I put an end to my words, and I would just like to leave you with two food for thought. And the first thing is,
we all agree that we need a more circular economy in the textile structure. That's why we need infrastructure, technology, policies, regulations, incentives, etc. And we know that ERP, or EPR rather, has a great deal of potential as an instrument. It's the only instrument that will support no pollution and may provide the necessary funds to finance the reverse logistics and waste valorization. But we know that EPR does not change consumption patterns. It will not slow down the brutal pace at which the fashion industry is flooding the landfills. And so we do know that above and beyond the study that we are publishing, we have conducted a great deal of technical advisory services with different countries throughout Latin America, and we have worked with different ministries that are overwhelmed with how complex the EPR situation is. So my recommendation is to come up with to design an EPR system with tangible impact. We can start with something small but robust and with a good verification and monitoring mechanism, because it wouldn't be any helpful to have an EPR system that looks good on paper, but that does not work in practice. So thank you so much, Karina Martinez. And you can use this QR code to download the study that I have been referring to. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lucia. All right, then you have Lucia's contact information so that you may take a picture of this or use the QR code to download the study. You can look up her online as well. Now, two of her key ideas really resounded with me, as well as the other speakers, but I wanted to focus on something that Lucia mentioned, that is measuring circularity. What progress are we making in this regard? So it's not just about having the instruments available, but also being able to measure their impact and their outcomes. And we have been working with circularity measurement indicators, as my colleague Luis mentioned. In the region, we only have 1% of circularity, and we know that other sectors are becoming involved, and so this will continue to grow to the extent that we are able to better measure what is going on. Now, having said that, I would like to go back to some of the questions and speak with Maria Jose Ureta, who is the head of circular economy at the Ministry of the Environment. She has prior experience in the private sector in these aspects, and now she works in the ministry. Perhaps Maria Jose from Chile, the minister mentioned that, the sub-undersecretary mentioned that Chile has been a pioneer country in some of these aspects, making the textile products a priority product. So perhaps you can talk about what the Ministry of Environment is doing with regard to the EPR scheme design for textiles, considering that this will be an instrument that will go beyond mere waste management, but that will also be compatible with the national textile strategy objectives. Thank you. Greetings to everyone. We are very pleased to be able to host this discussion. This is part of an entire process that is quite a challenge in terms of the future endeavors. We do also know that there are certain positive aspects, positive features worth mentioning. Although the EPR law has been existed for 10 years, but the implementation only took place 3 years ago with packaging and containers. Now, one of the key lessons or conclusions that we have learned with this implementation process is that the EPR tool alone will not cannot work in isolation. In other words, public policy allows us to have an instrument to better organize and fund the chain that will be used to have the necessary infrastructure for collecting waste and valorizing waste, but it's not enough. We know that it's not going to suffice to tackle all the other challenges that we have referred to. With regard to tires that are no longer in use, the major problem has been with the secondhand market. So we do have the capacity to collect tires, unused tires, but those getting additional value out of those are still piling them up. And there are other materials that represent significant challenges in terms of the secondhand market. We know that the EPR law will meet its goals by way of the market. Essentially, it's the market that needs to be mobilized. So given all that, we know that we are a small country, and that's why being here with other regional partners is so interesting. Clearly, we share the same pain points and uncertainties today. And I will refer to the specific challenges that we have identified for the textile industry, and one can take the lessons learned from used tires or the packaging initiatives and apply these to the textile component. And in the end, it's all about making sure that the citizens are aware, educated, and have the incentives to recycle and reuse. And we have to make sure that the industry itself is able to use this instrument in a timely fashion. Otherwise, it will generate a problem for the industry, because sometimes the instrument will make progress, but it won't make the same progress as the industry. So it's important to make sure that everything is aligned so that you can take what's on paper and make sure it works in practice. This also allows us to be more ambitious, to figure out how to be more ambitious, and to have a tool that allows for governing the material, but to not be frustrated. As mentioned, we have no standards applicable to the circularity of textiles. We know that the other countries are working on this, but how can we come up with the baseline? What can we work with? The types of materials, the types of
Recording in
products,
progress.
the streams, and that early discussion is crucial. So for us, right now, we are seeking a way to do this in a coordinated fashion. We can, in Chile, come up with our own definition, but in Colombia and Uruguay, they can come up with their own as well. And we have just recently moved forward with the decree applicable to electronics and electronic appliances. And that will open up a whole new universe for us. And we know that different criteria will be involved, such as the Basel criteria, and this will also involve cross-border trade regulations. And all of the countries are coming up with their own rules. So this is an interesting opportunity as well to sit down and figure out how to best come up with common criteria. We have also identified a key lesson related to coming up with an instrument that will allow us to not just focus on the final end-of-life incentive, but having incentives that will lead to realistic reuse and repair practices. And that's the beauty of it all. We will all come up with our own designs, correct? And we are working with a baseline framework strategy under which textiles are a priority product. And again, it's important to have the regulatory pillar because these will allow us to create the certain enabling conditions we need to work on the cultural component, the innovation side, and the territorial side. The territorial side, I would have to say, is one of the most challenging components because it's very difficult to coordinate municipal actions with regional actions and national actions. The political dimensions of all of this are crucial if one wants to make progress in infrastructure and installed capacity. Sometimes we are missing key components such as infrastructure, and when there are missing pieces, the central government ministries can help with coordination and facilitation. So I think one of the most important aspects of working towards a circular economy strategy for textiles is all about how we define the instrument so that it can allow for realistic operations in the industry. Now, it's a trial and error process where you are able to delve deeper and learn through your zoom efforts, if you will, your double click. And I think it's important to make progress, practical progress, before putting things on paper. For example, we have the Clean Production Agreement. That was a very valuable experience, resulting in a good baggage. And I think it's important to have realistic exercises for trial and error outcomes. Specifically speaking, it's important to close, and this is with regard to my closing remarks, the challenges are growing for the textile industry, and what needs to be first is to come up with a baseline assessment so that we can understand what is taking place in the country, what types of volumes that we're talking about, the markets, the materials, the quality, the installed capacity, the material streams, and then secondly, standardization and traceability. We know that there are so many different types of products and fibers and dyes involved in the textile industry. And if we want to work on the preventative side of reuse, recycling, and repair, that's crucial to come up with this, what we call digital passport concept. And if you can have a recyclability label, that would also be helpful. But that's maybe just a small portion of this overall challenge. This is a major challenge, for example, the digital passport, and finding ways to have common standards regionally or globally in the end is one of the instruments that we need to make progress. So it's also important to make sure that we are in touch with what the global market is coming up with. And of course, we also heard mention of the international e-commerce platforms and then fast fashion and how to best regulate all of this if there's no physical presence. So it's a bit diffuse, and so we need to be creative. It's challenging, but I think we can rise to the challenge and work together. If only one single country would be working on this, it would be more challenging. So that's why it's crucial for us to do this regionally. It was also already mentioned that we have made progress with EPR implementation, and fostering greater awareness and education among our citizens is crucial. So the only actor that's unregulated are citizens. And citizens are key components in all of this. What comes first, the chicken or the egg in the end? Should we make the system and infrastructure and products available so that the consumer will make choices? Maybe, but it's not such a direct linear solution, and it's about incentives as well. There was mention of how to make repairs or alterations preferred over fast fashion. That's another issue to focus on, so thank you. Thank you for those remarks. Obviously, you referred to many different challenges. You mentioned infrastructure and territorial aspects as challenges. These are very relevant in country, given its geography and length. And now, let us move on to another key player in the implementation of EPR tools, and that's the private sector. So on behalf of Cristal from Colombia, we have Catalina Posada.
Perdón, Catalina, pues la empresa Cristal se desenvuelve en el
Cristal
ámbito
company
de la producción, de la
is
innovación,
involved in
la cadena global
production,
de los textiles,
innovation,
justamente
the
por eso
global
nos gustaría
textile
compartir
chain, and that's why she is here to share her experience with us. So the question for you is, what would a textile-related EPR system need to really change all of the aspects that interact? And starting with product design, so that products can have an eco-related design, and then moving through all the different supply-related decisions. And we also, what do you think do we need to do to make sure that the EPR system could transfer the cost to the producer? And what about what Guillermo mentioned, the eco-design? If these fees were incorporated into eco-design components, could you perhaps refer to these aspects? And in no more than 8 to 10 minutes, please. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be part of this discussion. This is a government-level discussion, but it's also important to make sure that the large private sector companies are engaged in the same discussion. So thank you for that. Now, it's important to understand that fashion is how individuals express that's how they individually express themselves. So it's one way for us to express how we feel and what we think. And so this is one of the key conversations we've had at Cristal. Cristal is a vertically integrated company. We work with, we take cotton, and we cotton cloth, but we start from scratch with cotton raw materials, and we also work in packaging, and we cover some of the most significant brands nationally: Don Jeff, Punto Blanco, Baby Flex. And when we, in the past, have had to address post-consumption collection issues, we have seen what the consumers are looking for. And we want to make sure that we understand what the consumers are understanding. And we know that consumers are not so informed of the production side. And often consumers are just concerned with how it looks, and they're not so concerned with what's going on behind the scenes in the industry level. So when individuals are more informed as to the challenges related to manufacturing a pair of socks, they will be better informed. But they don't have that knowledge necessarily. And so consumer awareness is crucial. It's an important component. And we in Colombia have been working on changes. I'm proud to be part of Cristal, where we address environmental aspects as well as global discussions. And so having the opportunity to work with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation's Fashion Remodel project has been fabulous. We have sat down to speak with different stakeholders in the market, not competing, but to talk about what we can do together for the benefit of the world and how we can all individually contribute and work on pilot programs and make different decisions.
So as far as the country is concerned, the conversation that we've already had, as far as the goals that we've had, is like, how do we start to look into the whole matter of like taxes from a different point of view, meaning not just like leaving it like, oh, the tax that we've already had, the first tax that we paid when we were using it the first time, this piece of clothing, but then it shows up in like secondhand sales and then repairing or remanufacturing. And then once again, we have to pay the same taxes. So it's like this tax load. In the end, we say, well, to what extent is it actually relevant for us? And we have found also that bearing in mind that this is a project that should be more of like articulating the ecosystem as such, it's very important that mechanisms such as taxes that are done in Colombia is that the taxes that the companies pay could be destined apart to for works that will generate value. So how could we, from the industry of fashion, get together and start to create these places where we can separate like materials, where we can like value this much more and taking it and giving it second usage? And how can we start to connect the various industries? Then on the other hand, there is a whole matter of incentives for importing machinery. We must understand that this whole idea of the textile network or the textile EPR is very big, because it's not just saying like on our baseline, how much are we putting in the country, how are we doing, but also we need to understand like the whole technical infrastructure and like innovation. We cannot just leave this. Like I have like leave a machine, a lot of people working there, but also how can we take that to a market that will really industrialize this and support the volume that that will have in itself? Right now in Colombia, what we're doing is that we have like what we call a bank of clothes, but it's very manual. People stretch it out to see what kind of material is. They start separating it from one to another. But then when we go to global markets, and we visited in other countries to understand how they do it, we start to see that the technology and artificial intelligence are playing an important role. So bearing in mind all of these factors, it's not just like talking of textiles as far as numbers are concerned, but how to truly understand like in fashion what has an influence within like people's concepts, and also how this can create value, so long as we see it as a business. Like circular economy, well, obviously, the main word of is the economy. So if this truly creates profits, can it be capitalized? Can it be given a higher value for each of these pieces of clothes? Because there's a very important role. The governments have to play an important role, also from the industry, because these new types of businesses that are showing up have to be able to support this whole textile EPR, because it's one thing to have like a business and it sells secondhand clothes, and there's several, but they're very small. So in the end, they're not able to create the value. Or perhaps there are those who make transformations, but they can only handle certain amount of tons. So if we don't really have the capacity installed in our country, how can we have like proper rules? And in the end, we're able to support all of this. So it's very important to have that sort of clarity throughout the whole value chain and understand that every step is going to make things different. So we from Crystal, we are part of all of this. Whatever they invite us to, whatever working table they invite us to, we help, we participate, any program, and everything that can add value, well, we obviously want to be there. And so that's why we have these different sort of pilots, understanding and with the clarity, so that, well, because like Colombia is doing this because it's voluntary, actually. So when this becomes a firmer reality, we want to be prepared for it. So from the industry of fashion, we are preparing to be able to move forward with this. Well, thank you very much, Catalina. What you said is very, very relevant. I was in Bogota and I was telling you that I went to look at these designs of the company DIF, and it's very important because perhaps Catalina did not mention it, but they pick up the clothes that were not sold, new ones, and they give them to groups of women so that they will reuse it. And they have really beautiful designs. So if you ever have the opportunity to go to Colombia, you'll be able to see the examples that I'm telling you about in the stores themselves. Very well. So with what Catalina said, next we'd like to give the floor to someone who is very relevant, and Avina knows a lot about this. Marcela Mundina from the Avina Foundation will be sharing her experience with the work of recyclers. As we know, in our region, it is relevant. Their function is relevant, and they really do a lot in textiles sector because they gather, then they recycle, they recover. But most of these recyclers are in the informal markets. And these ERP systems usually work with formal systems. So what is your perception with regards to how that transition would be? That would incorporate these workers, hopefully in like a proper governance with their own sources of financing, with social guarantees, and that also, you know, in that ideal world, if that were to happen, those that are in that informality, they shouldn't be these workers that have been sort of displaced or pushed to one side. What can you tell us about this, please? Thank you. Good day to you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity of being here. And the Avina Foundation, for more than 30 years, well, we have been accompanying and we're part of the whole process that articulates several sectors that are quite diverse, looking for systemic changes in agendas that have to do with climate and just economy, and also like this global south, and that includes Africa. And from that point of view of just and regenerative economy, we've been working for 2 decades looking at circular and inclusive economy, focusing on inclusive recycling and working together with cardboard, for example, and different types of single-use plastic. And so the knowledge that we have acquired is more than about 1 or 2 years ago, we started looking at the whole chain, textile chains, as a chain that we really want to face from an institutional point of view. And I was listening to the presentations, and I remained with the idea of two good pieces of news. Let me share them. Even with all the negative data that we've seen, like Guillermo mentioned, among others, of the pollution that we have, of the landfills and the pollution that textiles create. But the good news is that we have identified the problem. And once we identify the problem, then we can think about solutions. A few decades ago, we couldn't find a problem in the waste of textiles, and now we do. So that's good news. And we're talking about it and looking for solutions. And the other good piece of news is that we're not starting on a blank page or a blank slate. Several countries have talked about how they're moving forward, their public policies, and how the private sector is thinking about solving the situation. Innovations, there's a lot of innovation. And of course, this good news is accompanied by challenges that we've already seen. And I was thinking about this when I was going to take the floor. Now, these challenges have to do with the problem and then the time that it'll take us to find the solutions. How can we move forward in this period? And I say we have to make sure that that transition be just. And for this transition to be just, on this path that we have been walking together with the recyclers, and Sole is here representing them, we have seen that there are like five, well, there are more, but five main points that we wanted to share with you, that public policies and conversations that we've had, these 5 key areas, need to be present. And one of them, especially the first one, is to identify who is that social actor. It's not just a matter of the materials flowing. There are people and people that recycle and pick up that waste product. In the region right now, we're not very clear who those groups are. The recyclers are starting to take up this material on the routes, and we know that there are many women. We talked about 70 million people globally who are part of like the informal part of this chain. So who are they in the regions? Who are these women in the workshops or the recyclers, the grassroots ones that are involved in this value chain? The conditions that they're doing their work in, most of them, is done informally. So how can we transform that situation into like the proper standards and within the whole concept of green employment? And to have the political actor who is gathering this waste, this textile waste in these conversations. We also talked, or we mentioned, the economic model. How can we make sure that we have an egalitarian type of economic model so the people who are doing this type of task will be recognized economically speaking? Because we've already proven that recycling does not sustain itself. There's a lot of information. We've seen this before. So what model can we have in the private sector with the state and also the sector that participates with the service to be able to make sure that the working conditions can take place with proper payment or adequate payment for the service that is being given, that in the end is also like ends up with international prices is affecting it, and sometimes it's sort of like checkmate the whole system. Governance, working to lower the gaps of power in this governance and to make sure that within these whole processes of participation and taking of decisions, we should all be sitting around the table. The private sector, academy, etc., and also the ones who carry out these tasks. I mean, who can know more about how we end this whole process and themselves to make sure that we're all sitting around the table, because every sector has their own interests and it's all very valid, but the challenges and responsibilities, how do we converge and have higher interests that really have to do with all of us so that we can all find these solutions? It was also mentioned that without any data, it's very difficult to take decisions and to scale up these decisions. So how are we going to be building this data mainly around matters that has to do with the just transition and the sectors that take care of recovering those materials? How are they transforming or balancing all of the data that we were talking about before when we talked about emissions and waste through concrete action that they carry out? So how can we make sure that that data is going to be considered properly? And last but not least, building the whole story or the narrative. Because we learned that when we started with this agenda, the recycler was someone who was sort of like a suspicious person who was walking down the street, but now that person has been recognized and the service that they give. So how do we sort of build the narrative of that role? I know this sounds like a theoretical framework, but from the whole program of recycling that we have, more than 11 or 12 countries. In the end, we have transformation, and we have 40,000 recyclers in formal areas, and then the work of like a fair ton with it from the Ministry of the Environment in Brazil. We're talking about a just ton, and that has to do with information, as we mentioned before. So perhaps the challenges that we always talk about is that we cannot like wait another 10 years as we did before with the recyclers to be able to reach where we are now, and we're still lacking. I mean, we can't say that our work is done, but we have moved forward quite well. And now I have the responsibility, with everything that I have learned, to accelerate this process and also the times. I mean, we don't have enough time to just waste 20 years to be able to generate what we needed. So for us, it's very good news that we have this place where we can all talk about these matters. Well, thank you very much, Marcela, for all your great ideas. They're all highly relevant, especially this idea of changing the narrative, because obviously, the grassroots recyclers are the main pillar of these processes. Now, with this, we would like to give the floor to another highly relevant person, especially from Chile. Gisela Escobar from Re Simple has come here to talk to us, and Re Simple is the best example that we have within these sort of ERP systems, and it's the responsibility of the producer. And also, they work at a large scale. So, Gisela, welcome. And with this, the whole role that you have had, and also with all of the experience that you had in Chile, if you were to look back when you started with this whole matter of the implementation and with the company Re Simple, what was your largest or greatest challenge with regards to daily implementation of all of your activities? And what would the key element be? What would you change if you could design a policy once again, especially for matters that have to do with the textile industry? Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me as well and for the opportunity of being here and sharing our experience. And it is a question that is quite ambitious, actually, especially because we, as far as packaging is concerned, well, we've been working with this in Recife for 3 years, and our decree is going to be 5 years old, and so we're going to be revising it again. So all of these questions are questions that we are asking ourselves. And I can share some thoughts with you on this line. So first of all, I would like to start by saying that we have a law. The law had two foci as far as recovering of packages, home packages. We have it. We have the goals of valuation. So this has been moving very quickly in the first 3 years as far as coverage is concerned, and we covered more than 40% of homes. And nationally speaking, I mean, as far as gathering this package is concerned, now we see that coverage is not being achieved. We're not able to really get the valuation of this packaging. And so we've had some things that were very positive and other things that are still challenges. And the most relevant thing, I believe, is, and many people have mentioned this before, it really has to do with the levels of what have we learned with regards to the implementation of a tool such as this law, this EPR law, practically in the various territories. With regards to challenges, I think that the main challenge is that well, similar to all public policies, it's a challenge that we're sharing. And so all of society deep down must be part of this and must participate so that we will be able to comply with the objectives that we want to achieve. The whole management systems are sort of like in the middle of this, and they need to organize and finance this in representation of the companies or the producers. But if they're not active participants, I mean, like citizens and municipalities and the grassroots recyclers, well, the truth is, if they're not part of this, then that project is not going to be achieved because we need everyone for it to be successful. In fact, the law can regulate many of these players, but in practice, the only ones who are actually obliged to do this are the producers. So it's very difficult to be able to move forward when we see that the producers have to finance a whole chain, but the other players of this chain can opt by participating or not participating. And I think that has been a great challenge because somehow we are already have to sort of like charm the other producers to be able to, so that they will want to participate instead of starting from the basis and the fact that we're all obliged to carry out this project together.
And obviously, this includes creating awareness among the citizens, or what we call citizen participation, environmental education. We've already talked about those challenges. And in the end, as citizens, it's important for us to be involved. Otherwise, no progress will be made. With regard to the question, what can we do differently? Well, I think that's quite ambitious. and perhaps I can refer to more general aspects and not necessarily related to the textiles industry. So I would mention perhaps three components that come to mind and that we have seen in practice. First of all, terms, implementation timeframes. That is, it's important, but we see that timeframes are defined in terms of goals or stages. We, for example, defined ours based on valorization targets, but it's important to recognize that when you're changing something so broad in scope, this needs to be gradual. And as a result, it's a continual process. And it's important to recognize that while recognizing progress. Otherwise, the system may feel as though it's swimming upstream and not seeing changes quickly enough. And it's important to understand that change is gradual. And secondly, it's important to set up from the very beginning different review and revision mechanisms. As far as the textiles are concerned, well, based on what I've heard today, it's a very complex industry. But as far as packaging and unused tires are concerned, our field learning has been crucial. Therefore, it's important to have formal review opportunities. And this has existed as far as the packaging and container initiatives are concerned, because they have emerged as a result of initiatives from the own ecosystem. But it's important to have formal opportunities for review and revision to actually recognize that we're doing something new and that the tools we're working with perhaps are not perfect at the beginning and need to be adjusted as we go along. And then finally and thirdly, flexibility is crucial. And again, these are very broad stroke comments, and I want you to understand them as such. What we have seen as far as one of the pain points in terms of the management system is that the decree governing the management system covers a variety of different concepts, and often this has resulted in a lack of flexibility that has made it difficult for us to develop the system as we go along. Therefore, it's important to, at the tool design stage, consider how to best allow for flexibility so that you can leverage different opportunities. Let me provide you with an example. I think we can have synergies with regard to the management systems for other priority materials in existence, such as our recycling centers. For our recycling centers, we have regulations that require a bidding process for the operational side. And of course, those same recycling centers could potentially be used as a site to gather many more materials that go beyond packaging and containers. So that hasn't been resolved yet. It's important to ensure that all of the priority materials are addressed with greater flexibility so that the management systems could eventually solve another problem, one that they're not necessarily designed for, and to consider this from the beginning. Another good example of being flexible is how to best take on the challenge of existing initiatives. For example, as far as the packaging and containers are concerned, we have so much material, and the recycling component takes place outside of the management system. And some of our own partners that work on the valorization side have some of their own initiatives. So it would be interesting to be more flexible to see how these initiatives could allow us to meet other targets and thus contribute to the overall goal that we are all striving to attain. Now, obviously, I know that there are a variety of different challenges and complexities related to textiles and that I'm unfamiliar with. Nonetheless, having this opportunity here with all of the key stakeholders, I think is extremely valuable. There's no doubt in my mind that you are already addressing these issues and concerns, and that in and of itself is a major step forward. Thank you to Gisela for your remarks, particularly the 3 recommendations as to how to best tackle these challenges. And with that, let us move on with another key player in all of this with regard to how to address these systems at the city level. We are joined by Marina Garat from the Buenos Aires city government, where they are actually starting to work with a textile system. So perhaps, Marina, you can share your experience with us and the lessons you have learned thus far. For example, how can we involve cities as a way to close gaps so that the EPR scheme can be more successful? And so it's not just about collecting textile waste and moving the waste from one point to the next, but having a more successful experience. For example, what tools, in your opinion, have been useful for good reuse and recirculation of these materials? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mariana, Karina, Ambition Loop, ECLAC. I think a lot has already been said. We know that gathering the textiles is not the goal. It's all about the circular economy. And we need to work together. We need to make sure that we have demand and a market and a proper destination for the recycled material. And so that it's truly a circular economy. That's the only way the system will be viable. And the city of Buenos Aires is making progress. We have a textile waste valorization regime. Just for some context, we have come up with our circular economy strategy that goes up to 2028. We did this with support from ECLAC, and the strategy involves analyzing different value chains throughout the city. We prioritize 4 sectors, which are food, textile, waste, and energy. As far as textiles is concerned, we have 2 key ambitions. One, which is to diversify and promote different circularity strategies before the recycling along the textile chain. And then the other component is actual waste valorization and to come up with a valorization regime. Now, in order to answer your question, we have identified different tools and we've worked with different lines of action that we think that can really be transformative at the city level. One of these is to coordinate, that is, with the different industry sectors. We see cities as a platform for coordination and articulated endeavors by the different waste producers. And we know that a third of all the textile production takes place in our city, and there's a great deal of waste, now even more so because of imports. So it's important to conduct an assessment with regard to what waste is being generated, where, and how, what are the potential actors that can make use of this waste material. So data is crucial, and we need to govern on the basis of data and evidence-based diagnoses in order to understand, and we've been working on that with the support of ECLAC. Another key challenge was what to do with the scraps. We have mixed scrap, different types of fibers, because maybe there are more alternatives for cotton, as mentioned by Lucia, but what do you do with the synthetic scraps or the mixed fiber scraps? It's a bit more challenging. So we have sat down with the different stakeholders from the different industry and the textile, outside of the textile industry. We had an event with more than 70 actors from the private sector, from industry, the construction and car industry, the textile industry, to talk about different products that were developed or under development to make use of these scrap materials. And a variety of different products were addressed, different partnerships emerged between the private parties, and the markets in the end work well enough on their own, and we have to generate the conditions for that to happen. Another tool that we would like to underscore is promoting R&D within the innovation ecosystem. We have a bustling industry there. Maybe this industry in the past wasn't focusing on circularity, just a few isolated efforts. And so we are working with the different actors involved to come up with a variety of different instruments and training to allow them to better understand what circularity is all about. And so they can incorporate circularity strategies into their business models. We actually conducted a masterclass where we addressed different topics such as repairs as ecosystem, as a part of an eco design, or different government programs involving support for entrepreneurs in order to incorporate vertical initiatives into the circular economy specifically. So the idea is to have new business models and disruptive solutions to overcome the, to close the gaps. We also know that public acquisitions, public purchasing is another missing tool. It's not the only solution, but it is a key solution, and it's important to make the participants know that there are different solutions available in the market. And then there are different scrap material from the textile industry used in the construction industry as part of different construction materials, and it's important for the government to be aware of this. If the government pulls on that lever, then the market will follow. And it's also important to talk about the role of citizens. For example, I mentioned working on strategies in place before actual recycling takes place, that is allowing citizens to consume responsibly and to choose correct textiles, or having eco-design approaches. And we have this other strategy that we have, a program that we have launched, which is called Repairing and Circularity. We launched that last year. We think it's having a good impact thus far. It's having an impact on citizens' consumption. And we have different mobile repair solutions that go to the different neighborhoods throughout the city. And it's also important to work with brand names so that they will include repairs as part of a service that they offer, and to work with local repair networks as well to attribute value to the repairs in existence. And we have come up with a map as well that's constantly updated, including the locations of the different repairers of footwear, of leather, etc., and to provide this information to consumers. And other initiatives, such as having a sustainable fashion festival that's held every year. We have also tried to make conscious designs more visible. And then there are many other initiatives that I could mention. It's important to have the right infrastructure at the city level to involve all the different stakeholders, informal and formal. In any event, we feel that we are headed in the right direction. Obviously, it's trial and error, and we are making progress towards the valorization system that we aspire to having. And soon, maybe this will have its own place nationally. And thank you for that, Marina. We have heard a great deal about the different lessons learned and experiences from all of the different speakers. Thank you so much for all of your knowledge and know-how. I don't know if we have any questions. Maybe there are some questions online. We can take 2 minutes for questions. That's it, because it's lunchtime. All right, then, let us all address the questions over lunch. If you have any questions, be sure to speak with the panel members during lunch. Perhaps Carolina has some recommendations. Yes, thank you, Karina, for moderating this female-only session. Thank you. You were very respectful of the time constraints, and perhaps we could be better timekeepers in the afternoon so we could have time for questions and answers. Now, with regard to the next steps, for those who are not coming back tomorrow, that's too bad. What a shame. You need to make sure that you keep your ID with you up until the ID drop-off spot. So we will be having a break now until 3 p.m. We have a cafeteria available for you. You will see individuals at the entrance providing you with tickets. You will only get lunch if you have a ticket. You can have a salad or soup, as well as a main dish and a juice. So please be sure to come back for the afternoon session regarding EU and California EPR and designing an effective textile EPR system. So we will see you at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Bienvenidos todos de vuelta. Les voy a pedir que ya empiecen a volver a sus asientos, guardar los celulares, como en el avión a ponerlos en silencio o en el cine. Vamos a estar comenzando en los próximos minutos.
Welcome back. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. Let's get our phones on silent as if we're on an airplane. And let's get our phones on silent as if we're on an airplane. And we'll be starting in the next couple of minutes.
Bienvenidos, muchas gracias por seguir acompañándonos. Espero que hayan podido disfrutar del
Welcome.
almuerzo,
Thank
que les
you
haya
for
rico,
being
excelentes los
here.
comentarios.
I had very good comments about lunch. It was very good of the lunch place. Hopefully, you're able to taste a couple of main dishes from our country. We'd like to welcome the next panel. This is our third session, the first of this afternoon. EU, California EPR, designing effective textile EPR systems. In the morning, we're looking at Latin American reality. And now we're going to start looking at the comparison. They might be hateful, but the opposite. We want to understand international experiences and see how we can understand and get knowledge and get the best from it and share them. So here we have the dialogues of Europe and California, America, and other markets to see what type of learnings or things that have been learned can be transferable, because they've been sometimes designed in a bit more sort of different markets that are more formal. And in Latin America, you know, we have different realities, different problems actually. A lot of informality, a big gap of infrastructure, second-hand, very active, and a lot of inequality among the institutions. So the idea is not to import a complete model, but to be able to identify what conditions are missing and what we can import and where we have to design our own solutions in the South. So we're going to give the floor, beg your pardon, to Marambio, who is from the Institute of Global Impact, to be able to represent young people. Clary, you have the floor. Thank you very much. We're going to do this panel in English and Spanish. So Clarissa Marambo for Ambition Loop. So please use your headsets if you need it. She's the moderator. Very well. So we've already started talking about the EPR law in Latin America, which has to do with textiles in our region. And now we would like to see the point of view outside of the region, because some places, as Carol said, that have actually gone down this path a bit longer. It doesn't mean they're better or worse, but we would like to listen and see what we can take from this in the region and how, as Carol said, how we can compare ourselves to get the best out of everything. So context, California has a new law of textiles, EPR textiles, and it's one of 50 states. And Europe has a regulatory framework that's only working, but also needs to be coordinated by 28 countries. So with this, we want to get the most information we can from these wonderful members of the panel and see how we can apply it. And for this, we have Rachel Kive. She's the CEO of American Circular Textiles, behind the SB007 of California, which is the first EPR from the United States. Then we have Andrew Proctor who is from USA again, and this company works in 15 states and thousands of places to gather these textiles. And then Valerie Boyten is online from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and she maps the EPR is all over the world. And then, last but not least, we have Victoria Flores, who is from Córdoba, Argentina, and she'll be telling us about the miracles that sub-regional governments can make happen. And perhaps, in California, they have to fight against the, like swimming upstream to be able to create the proper laws. Very well, we're going to give the floor to Rachel first. So, Rachel, California SB 007 is the first textile EPR law and the most ambitious one we have in the United States. Looking back into the legislative process, what was the most controversial decision, and what did this debate tell us about the main objective of this law, EPR? Is it just about gathering things and recycling, or is it supposed to change everything from the business model and the production? And with this, we'd like to understand what mistake did California make that could have been avoided so that we as a region can bear it in mind.
Gracias. Hola a todos, es un honor estar aquí con ustedes en Santiago.
Hello, it's an honor to be with all of you here in Santiago. I want to thank ECLAC, United Nations, for inviting me to the summit and for including the perspective from the United States. My Spanish is not what it used to be 20 years ago, so I'm going to continue in English. But before that, I would like to recognize the importance of these spaces, of these places, and the opportunities of being able to be here and to be able to learn together.
Before I answer this fantastic question, I wanted to provide you all a little context on where we're coming from and my organization. American Circular Textiles spent 2 full years providing technical feedback on California SB 707. So what that means is we consulted on the bill and worked with the author and sponsor of the bill to provide industry perspective to shape what ultimately passed. We also consulted on the first federal incentive program for circular textiles in US history under the Biden administration. It was a $14 billion plan, which aimed to bolster the role of trade between the United States and South and Central America and create a circular pot of funds for the industry to tap into to fill in the gaps that we know extended producer responsibility is going to have in terms of financing. That did not pass, but it really sort of was a watershed moment in that the US government is now much more interested in providing incentive programs for our industry in particular. So like many of you here, the US views the circular economy as a really tremendous job opportunity and economic opportunity since the US lost about 80% of our textile manufacturing jobs since the 90s. And we are also one of the largest consumers of fashion in the world. Therefore, we are also one of the largest exporters of used clothing in the world. And we've started to see these investments with plans to break ground in the United States by several different companies, including Reju, also the North Carolina Textile Engine, which has funding from the National Science Foundation, which is a federal pot of funds. But we still need much, much more financing from the private sector and the public sector. Outside of infrastructure, we see a lot of value as an organization in addressing design and really starting at the beginning of the life of garments, design for durability, repairability, disassembly, and recycling. And so we worked with the G7 leading the private sector for circular design efforts on behalf of the US. And we really hope to see that work continue through into the French presidency. The Canadians didn't really take us up on that initiative, so we're hoping that the French presidency, who has the presidency next, continues that work. We right now are really actively engaged on pretty much every EPR bill in the United States moving through legislatures. In New York, there are several textile EPR bills. Washington State, we've been working for a few years with their legislature, and Minnesota. And we continue to push on the federal side, and we have some legislation that's soon to be announced that will directly connect EPR to the funding sources it needs to actually function. So to go back to the original question on California SB 707, it was a huge effort. Originally, it was sort of a skeleton of the bill it is today. And there were many contested design choices, as I'm sure anyone who's worked in policy understands. So these design choices were not abstract. They're really what would, they were design choices that were contested because it was about what would be funded in the bill. And when we're talking about EPR, as many of us know, it's really like, what does this fund? Like, what is the ultimate goal of this type of regulation, and how will it be financed? So we really fought hard for the inclusion of reuse financing. Originally, it was just a recycling bill, and it sort of skipped over reuse entirely. And so we're really happy to see that the bill really prioritized reuse in the end. And we hope that that the state of California really holds that spirit of the bill forward as it's implemented. There was also a lot of discussion around the definition of textile recycling. Any of you who are following packaging extended producer responsibility or textile extended producer responsibility in the United States know that it's a really, really politicized issue. Advanced and chemical recycling is potentially banned in the very states, the more progressive states that are also passing extended producer responsibility. So it's going to be very hard to comply with these laws without a robust and inclusive definition of recycling that not only allows for mechanical recycling, but also chemical recycling. And I can't say we necessarily won that battle. It's still very vague. And the state of California is currently sort of having those discussions on the packaging EPR side. And many of our bills in the US kind of follow in the footsteps of packaging and how they define certain terms, including recycling. So we also really fought to secure funding for circular initiatives and like grants and loan programs in SB 707 to spur market demand. And there is a bit of that in that bill. And then finally, last but not least, the original bill was much less inclusive of the types of businesses that would eventually be able to participate and be awarded contracts by the PRO. So we really fought for both nonprofit and private companies to be able to be awarded contracts by the PRO. And in that spirit, we also are really focused as an organization on how innovators and existing programs that are working side by side with brands can participate in these sort of formal regulatory programs now, like companies that are just stood up to support brands' resale programs or rental programs or repair programs, right? That aren't necessarily like municipal clothing collectors, but are partners with brands that are functioning and could be scaled more. So we really looked at how could this type of legislation at minimum not exclude those types of programs, and at best help them grow alongside the collectors and the sorters and the nonprofit thrift stores that are sort of more traditionally the recycling industry for the large bulk of the materials that are collected in communities. And so I would finally say that the PRO, which is the organization that, I don't know if we've talked about it a whole lot today, but really is going to have to make sure this whole thing is carried out in the state of California. And, you know, whatever they do is likely to be replicated in other US states. We really went back and forth as an organization and as an industry whether one PRO should be the only PRO for the United States or whether there should be multiple, and ultimately listened to a lot of feedback from various parts of both the circular textiles industry but also brands, and really advocated for one to eliminate fragmentation, but you know, there was concern that there would be sort of capture by one interest or just a few interests. And so we're watching closely about how the governance sort of plays out in that structure, and want to ensure that the funds are very carefully managed and transparently managed and are going to, you know, fund what the bill was intended to do, because, you know, at worst, an EPR bill is just a funding mechanism to divert textiles from landfill, period. And at best, if it's done well and elegantly, although we know it will be imperfect, it will actually change how we consume textiles and how we dispose of them and how we manage them in between, and so change both upstream and downstream processes. And you know, we would like to see a true circular economy start to come out of not just EPR, but the complementary policy mechanisms that are going to be needed to make EPR successful. So now that implementation has started of SB 707, engagement really isn't over. So I'll just say about SB 707, unlike even packaging EPR bills in the United States, and especially unlike European EPR bills, SB 707 is almost an exoskeleton still of what the EPR scheme will eventually be, and the details are going to be left to the rule writing process almost entirely. So there are no targets in that bill. The only real numbers are how many collection bills per population size there will have to be. And so that's all going to be an advocacy process. And so there's still a lot of room and time and need for many voices to come to the table, and the PRO ideally will be the one to really make that possible. And so one of the things we've done, because it is such a monumental process between now and 2030, when the actual bill starts to, you know, take in fees and fine for noncompliance, there's all these milestones in between. So we stood up an implementation tracker on our website, which is for public use. It's neutral, it's not advocacy based, and it's simply all the public information that we can find when workshops are being held by CalRecycle, when key dates have been accomplished, a actual timeline that sort of has an exact dot of where we are on the timeline. And so you can go to that webpage and see exactly where California is. And if you want to engage, or your organization wants to engage, there are even attend hearings that CalRecycle is going to hold throughout the regulatory process. You're welcome to go to the webpage and find that information. Our perspective on implementation is that confusion really causes a lot of breakdown in successful sort of regulatory processes, and that the number one thing that we can provide as an organization is just everybody having the same information so that they can provide feedback if and when it is necessary for their organization. And then additionally, we see EPR as just one tool in a concert of really necessary, critical regulatory and incentive-based solutions. Some of the additional programs that we have worked to implement in the US are secondhand sales and use tax exemptions. That is much more common in the EU. And we really see this as one lever to spur market demand. And we see the need for federal workforce programs as another sort of lever that needs to be pulled to be able to engage our workforce and upskill our workforce so it can handle these ambitious EPR bills that are inevitably going to follow California. The challenge with California is it is the fourth largest economy in the world. Therefore, we're going to be collecting more clothing than we ever have on the planet by 2030 in the state of California, and we do not have plans for how that is going to be accomplished. And there is a lot of discussion about not disrupting current export markets, but also responsibly managing the end of life of clothing through those export markets. And what that looks like, I think, is going to be interesting, because I think ultimately the state of California is going to tell us what that looks like. And so being engaged and paying attention is critical at this point. And so we really try to just provide our members the information so that they can have a platform to engage the various states that are going to be enacting these programs. We also wanted to mention that, extended producer responsibility, along with, federal incentives or secondhand sales and use tax exemptions, or another thing we're working on is defining recycling at the federal level because of those issues I had mentioned around the challenge with inclusive recycling definitions at the state level. These are just sort of like lots of all the state and federal tools we can all lean on to start to make extended producer responsibility as a regulatory tool successful. But there are other policies at the state level that have been occurring for a while now, including Massachusetts had a landfill ban, primarily for commercial textiles, technically also for residential, but it was really only enforcing it for commercial. But they also, as a complement, have a grants and loans program to scale innovation and technology. And so while Massachusetts may or may not pass an extended producer responsibility bill, it's not that the state is not addressing these issues. Rhode Island similarly has gone the route of starting with sort of a data collection, measurement, and textile education program, rather than just jumping straight to extended producer responsibility. And so we're seeing lots of sort of individual approaches at the state level to addressing this issue. We don't really take a position whether one is better than the other. We'll have to see the outcomes, and that's going to take a while. So the one thing we do know is that state and federal action and state to state are not really connected yet, as I've heard a lot in this room. And there are some concerns around how all of these systems, which to date have sort of worked informally or have greater and greater challenge because of the unit economics of clothing collection and the increased number of clothes that are being consumed by the American public and the decrease of the value of those clothes. We aren't certain how this is going to work, but we do know that there needs to be carrots and sticks, and that like market demand is really the missing piece. So I'll end on that. Really, having brands start to make formalized purchase agreements of recycled content from textiles, not bottles, is really, I think, going to eventually make this a more commercially viable solution for the collectors who are going to have to collect these clothes in the near future, more and more of these clothes in the near future.
After all of that description, thank you so much, Rachel. It's quite comforting to know that California, same as us in the region, we're confronting similar issues, and it's comforting to know it because here in Latin America, we're working for it, and what you mentioned is what we're experiencing right now. So this exchange and the knowledge exchange that we're trying to do in this summit, it's actually viable with you here. And I see the California Textiles EPR study. Maybe we can reprint that here and learn more. But passing to Andrew. Andrew, Your organization operates thousands of textile collection points, and your research shows that 1.2 million tons of textiles are landfilled annually in California. Policymakers often assume that collection is the primary challenge. From your experience, where is the real bottleneck? Collection, sorting, reuse markets, recycling capacity, or economics? And how should a PRO prioritize investments if resources are limited?
Great. Well, thank you much for the opportunity to be here. Really appreciate it. A little bit quickly about Use Again. We are a for-profit textile collector, been in operations for about 25 years in 15 states and over 500 cities. We have a significant, huge presence in the state of California. And when we saw that textile EPR was going to become some policy in the United States, we immediately engaged because we saw that it's going to probably change our industry dramatically. But as you mentioned, California does have a huge environmental issue with textiles being landfilled. It's about $100 million a year in landfill fees alone. And we all know that the problem starts well before, the clothes being bought. It's about how, fast fashion's kind of taken over and everybody's kind of buying more than they consume. We've talked about a lot of that this morning, so I won't digress that point. But it is great that we are having this conversation here in Chile. Because you are one of the largest, secondhand clothes importers in South America, but at the same time, you import 4 times as much in new clothing. Zara, H&M, Shein's already here. I was at your mall yesterday. I saw in firsthand, everybody's buying as much clothes as they can from different places. So it's happening everywhere. It's, it's affecting you guys as well. But you asked me about the bottlenecks, the issues that we're facing. There are 3 primary issues, and one of the issues that's interesting that's been brought up multiple times in this room and from other countries is the local government regulations. We have in California zoning laws. I don't know how it is done here, but local cities have zoning laws of how property can be used and stuff. And so California is very aggressive in its zoning use. And a lot of the zoning laws predated even the idea of textile EPR becoming a thing. And so we're having to go through a lot of education with local municipalities to get them on board with the concept of textile EPR because, at the end of the day, it's all about convenience. And the easiest way for people that we've found is through donation boxes scattered throughout communities. And that's primarily our business is operating those donation boxes. And so it's becoming a lot more difficult in local municipalities in California to place these boxes. When the state was developing this policy, when we got 3 years ago now, we tried to focus on them and tell them that this is going to be a problem, but it just didn't, sink in fully that they were going to have to deal with this when this program comes online. So it's going to be a continuing struggle in California and other cities and other states as New York comes online, Washington State comes online, even though Washington State's a little bit more friendlier. But it's going to be a continued issue, I think, in America. But it's like I said, it's interesting that many of you have mentioned local municipalities as an issue that you are facing too as you're thinking about creating a textile EPR program here in Chile. The second thing is like the collection economics. For us, because reuse is at the higher waste hierarchy. For us, reuse is the most value when we sell these items that are donated. But if the quality continues to come down like we're seeing, and especially in economic downtimes, when the United States started, not to be too political or everything, but when the United States started the tariffs, people started to kind of hold their spending a little bit. And so in some cases, the donations, the quality went down. But you still had the donations from fast fashion where the quality is not as good and it's still coming through the pipe. So what we see is for textile EPR program in California is can help provide these stable operational costs to allow this collection to continue, but then also find a way for these items to be reused or recycled as it continues to go through the value chain. And then the last is the global markets. I know it's a big conversation. That's why we're here. It's a big conversation. I actually heard the word dumping, I think, here about, global, textiles being dumped and whatnot. And then we're totally against that. We don't think it happens to the same degree, but I don't want to get in that conversation, so I'm going to avoid it a little bit. But I think the global markets still need to be part of the solution because at the end of the day, if we're all doing this together as, to help global warming, that's everybody. That has no borders, So we need to look at this as we're all in this together. Because for us, right now, the domestic market in the United States and California, there just is not enough demand to take what is being donated. And so the last resort would be sitting in warehouses going spoiled or whatnot. So, but luckily part of the legislation in California is also to help, increase that domestic capacity, but it's not there yet. Because even France has had a textile EPR program since 2007, and they have to maximize on the global trade for their reuse, because I think only 5% of the reusable textiles is absorbed domestically. Even fiber to fiber recycling, it's only 1% right now. So as these things continue to increase in investment, because there seems to be a new company popping up every day that says, I'm going to do the next great thing in textile reuse or recycling. That's good. So as long as these continue to increase, those opportunities will happen, but we're just not there yet. So the global aspect has to be maintained for us, for this whole thing to still work. One of the best examples of this is Guatemala. About, I think it's about 90% of what is imported into Guatemala in the secondhand is reused. There's very little waste. And then one of the biggest success stories is a large retailer called Megapaca, where they invested in a program, their company called Nova Fiber, where they make sure that every item that they collect is either reused or recycled. For Nova Fiber, it is recycled. They are using these for crib mattresses, picnic mats, pet mats, mattress bedding, and so on. So we just need to continue to operate and think, largely about this issue, and for this to continue. But then you asked about, what should be the priorities of the PRO, because they are going to have a lot on their plate. If you haven't heard that, California selected Landbell USA as the Textile Pro in California. And right now they are dealing with a lot of pressure, a lot of stakeholders. Everybody's trying to get their attention, including us. But they do have a lot of things that they're going to have to invest in that the legislation mandates, including collection infrastructure. They actually estimate that they'll probably have to establish 15,000 to 18,000 more collection sites throughout California. And the only way really to scale up that quickly and efficiently and to make it more convenient for everybody is through companies like us for collection bins. So we feel that is the priority that they need to focus on investment is, get good, companies like us involved early on so that we can grow with them and learn from them and learn with them about how to implement this program. But in closing, Use Again looks forward to further dialogue on this issue and partnering with all stakeholders to achieve a global solution to textile reuse and recycling. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Talking about transboundary waste, we have Valerie connected, I think, in the Zoom. Is Valerie here? She's gonna
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Great.
We don't see you yet, but we're gonna see you soon in the screens. But Valerie, thank you so much for connecting. I know it's late, but I wanted your perspective after studying EPR systems globally on your, from Ellen MacArthur Foundation and you. What distinguishes the systems that generally change industry behavior from those that merely manage waste more efficiently? Is eco-modulation enough, or are we reaching a point where EPR needs to be connected to broader measures on product durability, circular business models, and resource consumption?
Great, thank you for that question. Can you hear and see me okay? All good?
Yes,
okay.
We see you now.
Great. Thank you. So yeah, very nice to be here. Thank you for having me and us. I'm from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. We are a charity based in the UK and very much focused on the transition to a circular economy. It is 10 p.m. here, so I may struggle today with the English language. Apologies for that. So I'm based in Belgium, and I've been very focused on EU policy and specifically the developments on EPR for textiles in the EU context over the past couple of years. We heard it from Andrew. France was actually the first country having an EPR for textile system in place. They started out in 2008, so they have a lot of experience. And in more recent years, we have seen an EU-level discussion on EPR for textiles. We've even reached a point where we have EU-level legislation EPR for textiles will become mandatory across all of the 27 EU member states. So we'll have 27 and most likely actually more than that, more than 27 systems as of 28. April 28 is the deadline. And I'm saying most likely more than 27 because, for example, in the country where I'm from, Belgium, waste management is not a federal competence, but it's a regional competence. So we're looking at potentially 3 to even 4 different EPR systems, just, you know, in a tiny country that is Belgium. So that will obviously be a little bit complicated. And given this complication, the fact that we'll have different European systems within one EU single market, this is why we're having a lot of discussions at the moment around how we can harmonize these efforts and these practices as much as possible, which would also make it easier for companies to report to the individual EPR systems and ultimately really to comply. Now you asked Larissa about the value of EPR and is EPR enough? I think there is a very clear goal to EPR. EPR is supposed to cover the net cost associated with collecting used textiles, sorting them, making sure they get reused, recycled, or managed as waste. That net cost is very real. It is there. If you do these operations, there will be a cost. It will simply be costing you more than the revenues you can make. And EPR is a structural solution to cover that net cost. And this is why we consider EPR to be a necessary part of the solution. It provides structural long-term funding. There's a predictability there. It is tied to the net cost. It evolves with the need of the system. And it really commits the entire industry in the case of a mandatory EPR legislation, of course, which we believe is crucial for the ultimate impact of EPR systems. Eco-modulation that also exists in France and in the existing EPR systems that we have in the EU, in the Netherlands, for example, which is where you would basically change the fees based on how well your product performs in terms of certain sustainability standards. This can be durability, but also recycled content. I think ultimately what we're seeing here is that eco-modulation works best, of course, if there's a clear incentive, if there's a real financial incentive in terms of the difference that this makes at the end of the line. And what we're also learning from existing EPR schemes is that, there is a real bureaucratic burden associated with applying for eco-modulated fees. And so this is also something that we hear often from France, is something that we do need to work on, just to make eco-modulation more straightforward, more efficient, and in a way more attractive also, because if it involves a lot of paperwork to prove that your product contains recycled content, it may eventually not be worth the cost saving. Beyond EPR, we are working on other pieces of regulation in the EU, notably the ESPR, that's the Eco-Design for Sustainable Products regulation, and that will also have impacts on EPR, because the ESPR will regulate products and their performance, and it will basically state that if your product doesn't meet a certain set of criteria, you cannot sell your product on the EU single market. So that is a very powerful tool, as it will create a minimum bar, a bit of a line in the sand, and really clear, I think, sense of direction as to what product standards we ultimately want to aspire to. And in the future, the plan and the ambition at the EU level is that eco-modulation will be based on this eco-design framework that is currently being designed in the EU. Now, your question originally was, is EPR enough to really trigger industry change? I think, again, we need to go back to what EPR is and can do, and it needs to deliver on that net cost associated with creating valuable and efficient post-consumer systems for textiles. If it does that, if it helps build the infrastructure for collection and sorting, that is a long way. I do think that to really change the economics or change the business case and really make it more profitable in a way to go circular rather than to stay in the linear economy, we need more policy and policy incentives. Think of tax reforms, for example. But that is, of course, more of a future talk, I think. At the moment in the EU, we're very focused on implementing EPR, streamlining it across the EU, and really learning from the existing experience in France, the Netherlands, and the other countries that are working on it already. Thank you.
Ahora me voy a pasar a español para hablar con
Now
Victoria.
I
Muchas
will
gracias, Valerie.
move into Spanish to introduce
Victoria,
our
y
next
para
speaker.
poder
Thank you,
indagar ya
Valerie.
con lo que hemos
And
conversado sobre
Victoria is our
gobiernos
next
locales,
speaker. So
Córdoba ha avanzado en
let's
políticas
talk
de
about what
economía circular
Cordoba
a
has
pesar de la
done. Cordoba
ausencia
has
de un
made
marco
progress with
nacional
regard to
de
the
textil.
circular economy
Pueden hacerse
policies,
políticas
despite the
subnacionales
lack of a
preparación
national
para la
framework for the
textil
textile
a través de, por
network.
ejemplo,
So, what
creación de
can
mercados de
subnational
infraestructura
governments do today to get
local.
better prepared for
¿Dónde
textile
encuentra
circularity by creating infrastructure and regulation markets at the local level? And where are the limitations of the national governments? Thank you for inviting us here today to address this possibility. And with regard to your question, I am here to refer to the role of subnational governments, and we have seen that they begin to take on a more prominent role because in Argentina we do not have an EPR law at the national level.
As far as textile is concerned, we had an experience. Our governor of our province was intendant, and so talking about the dimensions, Córdoba is the second largest city of Latin America, and with 1.5 million people, and the second most important province, and it has about 4 million people in our province in Latin America, in our country actually. So when we talk about extended responsibility of the producer in our national constitution, it talks about the federal matters and the organization. So it's difficult to talk about responsibilities in the provinces if we do not have a national framework, but it's not impossible. We have moved forward with that city model I was talking about before in the creation because due to the jurisdiction and local organic letters, the competence of local waste is municipal. So in the city of Cordoba, what we said was, okay, let's start working with the fractions of these different types of waste. Let's start separating that which is organic with the others. It's what we do quite romantically when we start. So we saw there was a lot of textile residue. And so we started to decide to create a unit that was exclusive to receive and classify our textile waste. So together with other institutions that are here with us, like Ilanda, who's right next to me, we were able to start building, as we say, public policies from the bottom up. So the EPR is top to bottom, but we have responsibilities that are upside down, as it were. And from there, we started to generate our own questions and answers with regards to management. And in the year 2022, we're able to create this place to gather all of these textiles, and we had more than 5 tons. And then in the whole year, more than 100 tons of material, and then with a lot of training. We talked about this today, looking towards social inclusion. We started working with institutions and creating tools because what we wanted was to get out of like this whole sort of romantic idea of this environment, but also to make it much more industrial. So like working with this waste is actually there's something that's linked, as Marcela said, to a social sector, and it should start to be able to look at it from an industrial point of view and to be able to scale it, not only in volume, but also as an industrial thing. So Cordoba as a province is not a great producer of the textile industry, but it is part of this. So we had to do something because we saw that in our landfills we were getting a lot of textiles. So we started to work, and I like to always talk about this with data. We were able to establish more than 100 corporates, non-government organizations or cooperatives that were linked to this, which actually entailed a great deal of work with regards to speaking to women. More than 80% were women who started to work not only in circular fashion, but also to be able to industrialize and create processes with training for entrepreneurship. So how can we make this economic matter not close? We start talking about ways that we don't talk about markets. We continue to talk about romantic matters. And here we started to work in what today in the province is being done, which is a circular market, and we have a traceability of all of the waste and the supply of the products, and now we're creating a demand, and this tool is almost completely built together with the municipalities because we went from the city of Cordoba, and then the territory sort of expanded at more than 427 municipalities, which is important because when we start talking about regionalization and the management of this waste and coming to an agreement, it gets quite complicated because from a provincial government, unifying criteria with 427 people that look at things differently, look at the chain differently, and have different points of view for managing the waste, well, it's something the municipality has to do, and for others like us, it's an opportunity with industrialization, generating jobs, added value, and added value chains. So in the province, we started taking to all of these municipalities a program that is what we call like impulsing circularity. And we started working with these municipalities voluntarily. More than 40 already have this program within the municipalities. So we start talking about public policies that will be carried out in each and every one of these territories, looking for not the romantic part, but it's social inclusion and industrial side. We talk about 427 municipalities, nearly 40 places. That's not even 10% really of our localities or places, but we have almost 10% of the areas or localities that have started to work with their textile waste. And so here we see job employment opportunities. We're talking about localities or places. It's more than 1,400 people that in the province of Cordoba are linked to reuse, fixing, and scalability. For us in the province, when we talk about textile waste, it means that we have to think about how can we give it like a scale, how we can scale it up. If we as local governments not understand that scaling is one of the biggest problems together with the demand from the market, then perhaps we will continue to have romantic programs, but we will never be able to transform it into opportunities for job employment that can be sustained in time. And this is our challenge, those of us who take decisions of public policies, and we have to create standards. And often we look for horizons that are way too far away, that in reality are inapplicable. So we in Cordoba can say that if Argentina does not have an EPR law, at least we as the provinces have taken this opportunity to start to establish this. I mean, we know the impacts that textile has, but we have to start making sure that our subnational governments feel like they contagious with this idea, because otherwise we'll go to COP31 and we'll start talking about problems, and really where this has to be managed is from the bottom to the top, and it'll be difficult for it to reach the top. So we need concrete political will and to turn this into laws. Otherwise, it won't be able to be sustained in time. And in emerging economies such as our country, it becomes even more complicated, especially when people or the point of view of the environment is not actually seen with regards to the whole management. So we have to take small, firm steps to be able to industrialize this waste and start to do what we said, and we were talking about at the break, to talk about common standards. Often it might sound like something that we just repeat over and over, but unless we all have like the same little booklets, then we're going to be walking down different paths, and it'll become very complicated because Latin America is a region that has a great deal of potential, because we have, these definitions. We don't need so many laws, but we need a lot of political decisions to execute this. And this is why we have started this way. That's why I thought it was important. Once again, I want to thank ECLAC and Davinia to talk about this concrete example, and we have sustainable jobs, and we've been able to keep it up and working. If you look in ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, it's the only experience that we can see that we're doing a good job. So thank you very much for this opportunity to address you.
Muchísimas gracias, Victoria.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Very well. So next, there is enough time for just one space. Unfortunately, we're delayed again as far as the time is concerned. And we have one question before the panel is closed. Soledad, you have the floor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting us to be part of this process. The importance of having the recyclers here was said by our friend from Córdoba, from the bottom to the top. That's what we have to do, and not think that everything is going to happen from the top to the bottom as far as solving the problems are concerned. So I have a question. I'm a bit messy here, but I do have a question for you on the matter of, when, sir, you spoke of, sorry, I have it here. Here we are. So you said we could put together chemical recycling. When you speak of chemical recycling, we're talking of waste that cannot be recycled? Or are we talking of all forms of waste? And it was also said that chemical recycling is very expensive. So I'd like to know a bit more about that. And then going back a little bit in the presentations that the panel had before lunch, on a concept that was used, and I was a bit concerned in Chile, because we have this law, which is so important, the EPR law. We talked about flexibility, the flexibility of the industry or the managers already doing this. And I was a bit worried because often when we speak of flexibility, it sounds like privatization. It sounds like deep down what is wanted is to just manage the waste in a quicker way with figures or numbers that's already been established. They've already done their homework. But what happens for those of us who actually have been doing this kind of work for more than 150 years? So the concept of flexibility, I would like that to have been clarified. I mean, what is meant by flexibility? Flexibility of what? Of including everyone, like the grassroots recyclers as part of inclusive sort of policies? Or are we looking at doing this quicker and faster? That's what I wanted to really ask, especially because we've been fighting to be part of this process, and I think flexibility in that case can be dangerous. Thank you.
Question, and I wish I had a direct answer for you, because I think this is one of the questions that's being ironed out. Like, in what case or cases is advanced or chemical recycling more appropriate than other types of recycling? And one of the challenges in the US and sort of the challenges that precede the argument are the fact that there were some commitments to recycle chemically that failed. And part of the failure was that it is very expensive. And a lot of these technologies are venture capital funded, which the spirit of venture capital, especially in the United States, is, if you build it, they will come. That does not really work in a regulatory process. If you say you're recycling something and you're not, that is a problem, right? And so I think the question also goes back to what is advanced recycling? What is chemical recycling? There's so many different types of advanced and chemical recycling, and more to come, right? And when are those applications appropriate? And some are saying that they should be sort of in the waste hierarchy, like reuse at the top and then landfill and incineration at the bottom. And part of the some people, some organizations, government officials, sectors consider burning for fuel recycling. And I think that the United States writ large is coming to an agreement that that should not be included, right? That it should only go into another product, but then how do you define a product? Back to your question though about expense and cost, right? Much like textile to textile recycling, it only works at scale, right? And how do you get to scale? But the challenge with textiles and the majority of textiles is mechanical recycling is not sufficient. If you have mixed, polycotton garments, mechanical recycling does not work for the majority of garments, and it's really best for post-industrial content. If you can commit to have post-industrial ring-spun cotton, everybody can mechanically recycle that. And then what? Those products cannot then be recycled over and over. So, I think a lot of the chemical industry, especially those with interest in chemical recycling, would consider chemical recycling the holy grail, right? But there are challenges with expense, there are challenges with permitting and environmental potential issues. And so rightfully so, it is a much discussed contested issue. But I think the United States is finally, especially at the federal level, this is why there are several bills right now, including right now in our appropriations, there's a definition for advanced recycling as a manufacturing process. It's getting that far along in this administration, is that there is an understanding that this is the next manufacturing economy. And to be able to have the next manufacturing economy for the United States, it's going to be circular and it has to be inclusive of many different types of technologies. So it's a long answer for maybe a more specific question, but that's where we are.
Muchísimas gracias. Gracias a los
Thank you very
expositores.
much, and I want to thank all of the
for
speakers.
joining us today and participating, and for your time, of course, and opinions. Gracias, Clary, por llevar a cabo este panel. Y vamos a continuar a
you,
esta hora con la conversación.
Clarissa, for this panel. So let's continue with the conversation. So now I'd like to mention, in the panels we had in the morning, we spoke in two different moments. From Colombia, I think Slendy said mono materials, and then Catalina, I believe, said the mechanism of separation, which is a matter that was touched upon as well in this panel. And here we start talking about Innovation Spotlight, which is the name of the next panel that we have, Innovation in Circular Textile Systems. And we'll be looking at it as a cross-cutting and enabler for circular and sustainable textile systems. So basically, where is the technology? Who has access to it? Who pays the costs? And who controls the data? This helps the small and medium enterprises and recyclers in the global south, or if they end up being recycled in the power and actors that already have all of the capacities at their fingertips. Now, without moving forward, I would like to welcome Constanza Gomez, who is the co-founder for Sortile in Chile, that wants to solve part of this crisis of the waste through the traceability of the materials that are in the clothes. And so the floor is yours, Constanza. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I've never been a moderator, so please be patient with me. And as a good innovator, I'm going to change the format a little bit. I already asked all of the members of my new panel that we're going to ask these questions a little bit shorter, and so that everyone can answer and to have visions from the different types of innovation that are being implemented in Latin America in different types of players. Here we have innovators, we also have large companies that are also innovating within their companies, and we also have institutions that are doing research and they're bringing data and information that is nurturing the needs that we have to have new innovation in the future. So with that, let's start. Let's get started. So I'm going to start with Catalina, who is from CAV Sustainable Chile. And I want to ask you about an innovation that's been in the industry for a couple of years. Digital passports, and they are becoming more and more relevant, especially now that Europe is starting to regulate them through these various systems they have. Catalina, how can we bring this technology to Latin America so they'll be implemented not only in large companies, but also transversely through the industry? And what things can you do, CAV, and what doors does it open with this type of circular economy? What doors are open? Good afternoon to you all. I would like to answer that question in 3 different stages, basically because circularity also has a face. And within the conversations we've had, we focused a lot on like the material, the volume, international trade, and we forgot to put a face on this circularity. And therefore, I'd like to tell you a bit about this. Now, Chile is well known as one of the countries that consumes the greatest amount of textile and clothes in Latin America through the surveys that we did with the Ministry of the Environment. When we were building this, we realized it wasn't quite as much as people thought. Chilean consumers is a consumer that actually washes the clothes and makes sure that it'll be washed with cold water, for example, and therefore it helps with lower the impact and sustainability, and prefers to donate or give away for free to its family members or to organizations, or even donate to upcyclers. Also, we realized that with regards to the consumption, 63% of the people that answered the survey said that they bought in the year about 10 products. 63% of people said only 10. So when we put some face on circularity, realize that as a society, we're not that far away from that circularity. And in fact, many of the people who live in this territory, we're quite close to circularity because we repair things at home and we also take care of our products. Therefore, so putting face on circularity also means that we have to talk about certain things, such as we have certain pressure, regulatory pressures that are coming about in the market that was mentioned this morning, and we have pressure that comes from the digital passports of these products, as well as that has to do with due diligence. And we also have other types of pressure that has to do with like taxes, and this is moving towards another kind of pressure that we've seen in Latin America that has to do, come from the United States, that says that we have not actually been responsible for forced labor, and that means that we might have an increase of the taxes of the products that we send to other markets, such as the United States, of about 12.5%.
So why am I providing all of this context to you as a consumer? And because all of this in the end are data. This is information that will end up as data, and that is the digital passport for the product. And these data will allow us to move forward, and we have seen in Latin America that 5% of Latin American products go to Europe. So 5% of the textiles ending up in the European Union are textiles subject to the passport regulations. Moreover, there's a large volume of these exports, 60 or 75%, that are shipped to the US and throughout the region for intra-regional trade. So the major consumers are here. Now allow me to refer to the product's digital passport. Now, the idea was, I don't just want to focus on this concept. We've already mentioned that 5% of the market would be subject to reinventing the value chain in order to respond to the emerging regulations. But I will talk a bit about the data. In other words, how are the data structured? What type of market volumes do we have per product? And also the idea is to place a name and put a face to this value chain. When we talk about the passport, we worked for the textile value chain for about 11 years, and we imported 93% of the textile products that we consume. Now, that's very different from what other countries do, and 97% of this is manufactured in Asian countries, countries that have significant challenges with regard to social and environmental aspects. Let's just say that our path forward has been to work with these brands to detect social and environmental risk patterns involved in the textile value chain in order to prevent these risks. In other words, these are risks that we don't want to hear about, but we're all familiar with these, such as forced labor, child labor, bad practices that unfortunately unfortunately, are present on the textile value chain. Now, there's also another risk that we have not referred to a great deal today, and I am referring specifically to greenwashing. Greenwashing has also been detected and prevented. For example, we say that 15% of the products on the market today that claim to be sustainable or have sustainable features, unfortunately cannot prove with truthful documents that that is realistic. So all of this in the end ends up with information that can be translated into the digital passport, or that can be translated into the EPR scheme, etc. And that's important. So as far as data are concerned, we have data that refer to how the textile value chains are set up, primarily those products from the Asian markets, and how we can address these chains to truly prevent social environmental risks, and in order to recognize the material aspects of the products entering the market. That's on the one hand. Now, we have also conducted a local brand exercise because we were wondering about the passport. What is going on with the local brands? We have small local brands, proprietary designer designs, designer brands. And so according to the ecosystem within the region, 50%, 60% rather, of labor in the textile industry is unfortunately informal labor. So how are we going to talk about data when one of the links in the chain doesn't exist? So that's why we wanted to conduct this exercise. And we realized that in the end, the individuals related to the textile value chain, primarily those working with local producers, local brands, do have a wonderful social impact, because these individuals are giving work to a generation that is about to disappear. The older individuals, that is, who continue to maintain different crafts such as sewing and the seamstress industry and the repair industry, and they don't have enough incentive to be formalized, and therefore those individuals are losing visibility. So when we talk about the passport, of course, we do need to refer to data, and to a certain extent we can secure verified data, but in the end we do need to consider circularity from a social perspective. Now, I would like to conclude in a moment with some insights that are related to the material aspects. We've talked a great deal about valorization or opportunities provided by the EPR law, but what we haven't talked about is how we can restrict excess or overproduction. Now, we know that no one is really focusing on this or concerned with over or excess production. And we recently realized that there was a regulation launched that prevents the destruction of textiles. Now, what's going to happen then to those textiles? Have you asked yourselves that? That's one of the issues that we need to address, and we need to review the textile streams and a new stream that's entering the market. And I don't think we are fully prepared for that yet. And with that, I conclude. Thank you. Thank you, Catalina. I have a quick question. Maybe you could answer it before we go on to the next speaker. In the end, you talked about overproduction, excess production. That's really interesting because, in fact, this is a topic that we have not fully addressed today. How do you think that the digital passports could actually contribute to reducing overproduction? Well, I would imagine that given this new regulation. Well, Chile, we stated through the circular economy strategy that we will have these digital passports, and the approach in Chile is much more related to inventory and how to address the EPR law. But in this law, the European Union prohibits burning or destroying textiles. So we most likely are going to have many more products with passports. And I would believe that the governments would have to put this at the core of their agendas. And I really haven't seen that. For example, when we talk about having tools for greater transparency or greater traceability, that's an issue addressed, but we never talk about the excess or overproduction. So how are we going to address this is a good question for all of us. Thank you for that. Malena, you work at one of the largest retailers in Latin America. Therefore, indirectly, one could say that you are responsible for a large percentage of the textile imports in the region. So what is Falabella doing with the wealth of information available in terms of consumption patterns and how the consumers behave, all with the view to come up with innovations and to become a circular company? I was working on how to figure out how to turn on my microphone. In any event, thank you, Constanza, for your question. It is true that Falabella has many information regarding our customers, what the customers buy, at what price, how frequently products are returned, etc. And this information is available for commercial decisions at our company. Now, there's another reality that we are just starting to tease away at, and we are implementing circular ecosystems and models, and we call these different stores, and fiscally they're different, and some of these are online options, but in the end we're coming up with secondary data that I think is good data, very helpful for delving deeper into the subject matter. Now let me mention that one of the lessons learned related to data is that when you make textile collection system available at the scale of Falabella, it becomes a regional level business for millions of customers, and you start to see how your customers truly behave, and you can see what happens when customers have more alternatives on hand. And what we discovered at first was quite revealing. For example, we discovered that our customers are primarily women aged 45 to 55, primarily women who are part of the higher socioeconomic class, women who are loyal Falabella customers as well. So this is what was quite surprising to all of us, because we thought that all of these circular economy initiatives would be more appropriate for young people aged 18 to 25 and with a high level participation of that age group. But we discovered something quite the contrary. So that's one of the key components, the age group. And secondly, Constanza, we also realized that circularity competes. Circularity competes as far as consumer preference is concerned. It competes in terms of convenience, in terms of time. As I mentioned, there's a significant gap between what customers state and what they actually do in practice. Some state that they are looking for sustainable alternatives, but they don't necessarily do that. We know that customers choose on the basis of price, on the basis of design and convenience. These are the main decision drivers for our customers. We do not have an intrinsically sustainable customer, one could say, related to these circularity initiatives. So above and beyond circularity per se, we can say that these types of initiatives do not scale up unless they make sense to the customer. And then I would say that as far as frequency is concerned, we realize that at first these initiatives involve a great deal of discussion and end up with a great deal of traffic and attention. And then this is difficult to sustain over time, one could say. The customers tend to take part once, and then this does not become a common pattern consumption, common consumption pattern, quite the contrary. And I would say the type of information that we would have to start gathering is how much clothes or apparel we are able to collect yearly. And again, we need to continue educating and creating awareness and, of course, making it more convenient for our customers to take part in these circular models. And fourthly, more so than the existence of data, I think it's about the inexistence of data. We have realized that there's a great deal of data information missing with regard to identifying features of the materials we receive. Of course, this is a process that is quite manual and depends on whether or not the information is there. And we know that there is fiber identification technology, so that makes this process more precise and scalable. So in essence, all of our lessons learned have been related to innovation with regard to our processes and trying to incorporate more technology into our processes. But in the end, our innovation is related to operations at the same time. The lessons learned from operations. I would have to say that the retailers today have a wealth of information, and I think this is information that could be made available to others. And of course, it is very valuable because this is information that comes from real operations, from real lessons learned. We do have information with regard to consumption patterns, product categories, products by geography, the types of materials arriving here, other information with regard to behavioral patterns of our customers. And this information, in the end, needs to be added to databases that we are working with today and allow us to benefit from the information for the future implementation of the EPR law and management system. And we are taking part in the Santiago Chamber of Commerce Textile Circularity Working Group to provide data and to inform the design, the preparation of the Supreme Decree Textile Network Law. And just to close, I think there are two key aspects we need to address. We need to have a technical conversation with regard to sorting, traceability, materials classification, and I do think that innovation and technology do play a key role in that discussion. And then secondly, even more important is the institutional conversation. We do have information available today, and this is not just market information available for retailers, but for other managers and for the municipal level and the ecosystem level. And so I think it's essential for this information to be better leveraged by policy makers so that we may actually move forward with a reasonable management system that is sustainable over time. Thank you for that, Catalina. Quick follow-up. Can you provide me with one example of one initiative you have implemented at Falabella that has had a real impact either on your consumers or on Falabella that makes you want to continue implement it? We've learned from everything. We have a varied ecosystem. We have textile recycling at all of our stores. 50% of our stores have footwear recycling. We have a workshop that repairs and renews garments. We have our secondhand corner in 5 of our stores. And I would say that one of the major difficulties is the scalability issue. Of course, in order to extend this infrastructure at all of our stores, we would have to have predictable timeframes and schedules, because the private sector does not usually tend to invest unless there is predictability and clear rules. So we see that there are a variety of different practices related to second-hand sales. As Katas mentioned, donation is a key component. We also are engaged in a donation and recycling initiative for well cared for garments. But again, our customers' participation is quite varied, and the level of attractiveness of an experience will really depend on different aspects such as price. We have seen that when we go to the barter fair, price is a key issue, even though that we don't work with currency. And again, whether or not one purchases will depend on a variety of different components, and sometimes convenience is one of the key issues. So there are multiple factors involved in order to scale up these initiatives to a higher level, and we have to make this more functional for the customer in the end. Okay, thank you. Guilhem, you are from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and it's likely that these issues have been addressed in different geographies, one could say. Now, when you study new innovations, new pilots, new projects in the region or elsewhere, what types of innovations are you seeing emerge that will bring about systemic change versus gradual change? And where could we seek these innovations out so we could come up with more solutions?
When we think of innovation and we speak of a circular economy, we usually think of products, technology, new processes, materials. However, I believe the most important innovation that we need is the capacity to help each other, to collaborate. Perhaps a couple of years ago, I would have given you a different answer that had to do with wonderful pilot tests. But today, it's actually, this is not an original thought on my behalf. It's part of our foundation. And that is that we need to collaborate much more because we didn't start from zero. As far as fashion is concerned, we've been working for 10 years with companies that are pioneer redesign of jeans and new models of recycling. And what we see when we look back and see how much has happened in the last 10 years, very little has happened. It's very linear. And the advancements that we have with these pilot tests is not enough because linearity grows even stronger. And that happens because we as organizations roll very well, but we really lack a lot of capacity to coordinate our efforts, to work in a collaborative manner. And only in that way can we actually change the system. One company by itself cannot change the system, but many actors, many agents can. And as we were thinking about this, today we realized that there are three collaborative innovations that are of fundamental importance, so that together we can go above and beyond than what our individual effort would permit us. And this is my answer. So the first thing is we need innovation in infrastructure for gathering and recycling and separating the recycling, because one organization by itself cannot create it to serve everyone. So that process requires collaboration and investments and long-term vision for it to be feasible. The second point is innovation in the business model. Reselling, renting. There's a lot of potential to be able to decouple growth from the consumption of resources, but also the companies will not be able to do this by themselves because they won't have enough economic strength to do this. I was speaking with Catalina, she's investing in circular businesses, and she said something interesting, that 30% of the cost of a business is a logistic and a circular matter. And so all companies that invest in this will have the same cost. So it's something that collaboratively we will all have to work on. And then the third point is the innovation in materials and products. So here we can make two different parallels. The first one is the textile recycling. And technology is important, but it's not sufficient. We also need products that have been designed to be recycled. We need a system of gathering all of this that is good. We need standards that create trust in the market. And the same logic is applied to the different types of fibers. We need natural fibers that should be incorporated into products that are designed. They shouldn't be mixed because then they're no longer circular, really, if they're all too mixed. We need systems that can identify and separate those materials for recycling. We need regenerative standards for production that create trust and financing for this. We need signals of demand in the long term that will permit the producers to invest with trust. So in all cases, it's a challenge of collaboration. Those three problems I've mentioned are structural. The infrastructure to gather, separate, and recycle, then invest in new materials, and then develop circular business models. Any of those three things we will not be able to solve individually. We need to collaborate to solve these three things. I agree with you entirely. And with what you said, how can we help that these brands, because they're so afraid, they don't want to invest, they don't want to collaborate, how can we get them on the same table to work together to advance on these structural problems? Well, it's more complex than what it actually is because, all of these companies have the same commitments right now. I mean, we are making an effort right now as far as plastics are concerned, and it's living through a very similar kind of situation. The company's done a lot of things, but then it gets to a point where they have to collaborate to move forward. And then the companies have already made their investments in processes for collecting, separation, and recycling because they need to have the right containers, but each one is sort of pointing in another direction. When we are able to gather the organization to have a sincere conversation about what needs to be done to move forward, and when there is a precise diagnosis of a path to be followed, then they collaborate because there's no real obstacle for collaboration to have more material for recycling. I mean, what we're lacking is actually perhaps an effort of collaboration so that the companies will be in line with the solution. I don't think that they don't want to collaborate. What we need is to move our efforts in that way, a bit with public policy, but also a little bit of coordination among the private sectors. Thank you very much. Veronica, so we've been talking about innovation, and a great part of this conversation doesn't necessarily have to do with technology, although we have talked about this with digital passports. But a lot of the innovation that we will need is how do we innovate in the business models that we have, the systems that we have, and how can we get our community involved in all of this? I know that you work a lot with this, so I really like to know from you, what have you implemented that has been innovative, and how you manage these processes of circularity, and how you help the society be part of this process, and how do you continue to grow? Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Well, Ilanda was born from collaboration. We work in a collaborative way from the beginning. We never thought that we were going to be able to solve the pollution or the waste of the textiles. It's something that we have to do together. So we started working with other grassroots and companies and universities. And all of the programs that we have are for women that are usually in vulnerable situations. And they are the main players in textile matters. And often we have said that they're kind of invisible, these women. And they also go through problems of poverty, violence, lacking, and care. Many of them work alone in their homes in situations where they're vulnerable, which often make them have to work for very little money, etc. So if we could support these groups of women with whom we've been working with since 2020, we could help them to escalate that impact, because those are the women who transform, repair, and turn them into new products, and they're also recyclers. So all of the possibilities that we have to recover textiles, like we mentioned here, have been done by these women in these charities with whom we work in the province of Córdoba. Now also pushing for the movement of the changes in these public policies to try and install the circular economy as something as an everyday matter. So we want to give these women visibility and link them with other institutions, and that would be really important. And we also need to have an EPR law, and we must install more plants that can triturate or grind and then fix it in other ways. I mean, it's a problem we all have. So sometimes I think it's important that we should get together and have these kinds of conversations that we have now to be able to exchange information, because otherwise these situations are just going to be buried, as it's been happening right now, actually. And that's what we've been doing. Thank you. So when I hear you speak, I understand quite clearly the effect that Irlanda has. It goes above and beyond just the environment. It also has to do with the lives of these people, and not just the person that's going through this, but also all of the lives that are around that person. Am I right? Yes. So I'd love to know a little bit more about how you think this impact can continue to grow, the impact of Irlanda that it has nowadays, to be able to benefit more people than those that you're already helping. Now, in order to scale up, first we have to revalue what we already have. We work with many municipalities inside the provinces, and there are spaces that are often sub-used, and many have machinery, but they don't know what to do with it. And then there are people that are not trained enough. So we need industrialization, we need tools, machinery to a certain extent, but we won't go anywhere unless we have people around that will start to weave this whole circular textile idea, to be able to create products in this circular economy and go out and sell them. So when we talk about innovation, let's talk about inclusion, articulating this and working as a team, collaborating. For me, it is quite common, but I see that it doesn't seem to be so common everywhere. And it should be the most natural thing in the world that we should help each other, and that each person will be able to bring about and share their experience and their capacities, and so that we can lower the consumption of fast fashion and textiles. It takes us down a bad path, and continue to explore all of the solutions that we've been talking about today together, because I could start to try and grind some up here and then others transform some garments here and there. But if we don't do it all together, these efforts just become diluted, especially when we speak of women, and many of them work quite isolated in their communities. So if we could help them to make up social groups like cooperatives, they would work in a more organized manner, and they would be able to create a greater impact.
Voy a cambiar a inglés por un segundo.
Very good. I'm going to speak English for a second.
Richard, one of your work centers really around traceability and data in a lot of large secondhand markets, whether that's in Latin America or Africa. And a lot of the conversations around here have been about data and about the lack of data. So I wanted to ask you, what data do you think is missing that is maybe not necessarily because it's non-existent, but because it's either siloed or not being shared out of fear? And then what data do you think we need to find, create, find the resources to obtain that are crucial for the public policy conversation that we've been having?
Thank you, Constanza. I believe that one of the biggest data gaps that's preventing a better policy is that we do not have full understanding of the secondhand market trading after the materials imported. The secondhand market is an intersection between formal and the informal market, where we have a pretty good visibility on materials that crosses the border, but we often lack the visibility on how the garment is going to be reused, maybe repaired, transferred, going through a secondary buyer, where it might be recycled, or eventually how it is disposed and where it is disposed. This matters because when we define and measure waste, it directly shapes the policy responses. Different publications have waste rate between 1% to as high as 40 to 60%. When the number is high, it supports a waste dumping narrative. When the number is low, it reflects a sophisticated circular economy where garments are still retain its social and economical values. For Chile, for Chile specifically, when we look at the previous studies, there were a statement of around 40% waste volume, which is estimated based on satellite images. There's another study that quoted around 60 to 68% waste volume, estimating around 40 million kilograms out of the 58 million kilograms are imported that year is actually waste. But when we look at the actual data from the free trade zone, 42 million of that is actually exported out of the 58, or equating to around 73% being sent for reuse. But these numbers often vary based on terminologies. When we look at a broad definition of waste, because there's such a large variation in percentages, there are items, some studies consider items that are unsold after a long period of time, or heavily discounted, or on clearance items as waste. But in the secondhand market, we don't often see that. We see a lot of traders having a tendency to hold on to the garments and try to move it through different channels or different ways, repairing them for upcycling or different ways of reuse. In our study conducted under SMED program and UNTAD as well as FCDO, we interviewed over 2,100 informal market actors, analyzing over 244,000 articles of clothing across Uganda and Tanzania. We found that the market actors consider waste volume to be around 1.1 to 1.3%. To show that this shows that the majority of the imported garments continue to circulate through resale, reuse, repair, and even through other lower price channels. This also shows the importance of research literacy and how due diligence might be required when we read each individual research. When we look at a research, we want to look at the key terms defined, the consistency, the system boundaries, at which layer we're examining the waste percentages. Are we examining it at the import level, at the export level, at the retailer level, which is going to the formal market? And where do we stop examining that? And it may even go into details such as looking at your surveyors and how they might perceive and respond to their perception of the people that are asking the question. For example, when you have a informal sector responding to somebody they think is an NGO, they have a tendency to emphasize need and hardship. And when they are talking to somebody similar to me, which looks Chinese, they will say that they'll shift the conversation to more bargaining in terms of cheaper prices and requiring higher quality. So to collect the data, we have to understand the dynamics and design methods to really reflect the market realities. In Central America, the supply chain looks different but operate within the same similar logic. In Guatemala and El Salvador, both sorted and unsorted clothing enters the country from a sorting facility and going to sorting facilities, retailers to create jobs, informal markets for absorption and redistribution of goods. We found the overall waste percentage to be around 9.2 to 11.8% of the total import volume. But when we examine a company named Megapeka, which is very a specialized case history because they import into clothing, they have their own sorting facilities, which they share all of the data with, and they share all of their retail data across their country with, and then they shared all of their recycling percentages with us. They have a final waste volume around 3.27%. And this is very interesting because in a way that Chile also have their own importation of credentials, which is unsorted as well as sorted clothing, and you're on the way of building your own recycling plant here. So this might be a case history. What was particularly interesting when we talk to the formal and informal sectors is that there haven't been a business that's not really interested in improving their practices and reducing waste. This is driven primarily by business economics and as well as environmental incentives. They can be aligned sometimes, right? The challenge is really a lack of willingness, but often the lack of technical expertise, market connection to distribute the goods, access to financing or exposure to available solutions. Companies that achieve lower waste is not fundamentally different than other sectors. They simply have the opportunity to learn and finding alternative markets and investment infrastructure that allow the material to be recovered. This highlights the important policy lesson where before we assume that a product is waste or something is waste or waste is inevitable, we must understand that businesses have access to knowledge, technology, and support structure, infrastructure for that outcome. When we look at what is in the landfill, textile often makes up only approximately 5% of your municipal solid waste, consistent of pre-consumer waste, post-consumer waste, home textile, and shoes. This is not simply a second-hand clothing waste problem, but often when we look at the challenges within the country, it is a waste management infrastructure where they need to have a improved solid waste collection, waste separation. In many countries in EU and the US, they realize that without appropriate waste textile collection separation, reuse is not possible, right? And in terms of building material recovery facilities, if sorting capacity is needed, recycling, downcycling infrastructure, technical support to really see where all of this should begin. Hence, policies should be based on proportional and more of an evidence-based priority. I think here we talk a lot about traceability and traceability tool and transparency. I believe that traceability tool is a method to build to essentially prove trust, but we don't often think about the tool as being, when you build the tool, it requires trust from your participants. They often, when I talk to a lot of the formal and informal sectors, as well as associations, they often ask, what will you do with this information? And if I provide you with this information, how can you use it against me? So if the data is misrepresented, companies and supply chain may face reputational risks. They might have disproportionate regulations, restrictions that will impact not only their business, the workers that are there, also, I believe more importantly, a lot of the more socioeconomically challenged population that depends on the secondhand clothing. Transparency is also asking traditional informal market to tell you who their suppliers are, who their customers are, and hence it can also intersect with your commercial sensitivity, respect to the people who participate in the trade, and ensuring that data is used for to support better policies rather than reinforce sometimes assumed narrative. Ultimately, I believe that data is not just a measurement, it determines where the investment should go, where infrastructure is built, and how EPR fees are structured, creating the ecosystem that For offtake, for example, for the offtake of recycled material, potential recycle composition requirements, all while considering the impact on the socioeconomic, the livelihood of the actors and the people who may purchase these goods. Otherwise, a policy, if it's not grounded, it will simply just remain another policy.
Thanks so much, Richard. I think one of the things. I think one of the things that stuck with me the most that you said here was you talked about, certain studies saying, there's 48% of waste here, and then you going in and doing the survey and saying it's around 1%. That's a drastic difference right there. But one's based off of satellite image versus one is based off on the ground work. Obviously, one is way more expensive to do than the other as well. Having somebody on the ground surveying people takes a lot of work, and also becomes stale over time as you're not basically able to keep on doing surveys. But this is critical data that we need as part of the policy framework. So what ideas do you have to make this data more widely available? Whether it's by building that trust that you were just talking about so that actors in this space share it more actively, or finding other mechanisms so that we can have this data, because it is crucial, and differences from 48 to 1% are too big for us to consider them a rounding error.
Thank you for asking this question. I'm not exactly sure I have a solution answer for you, but I think part of what, for example, when we look at Chile, part of what they're doing now is they're formalizing an informal market, right? This is really telling you who's participating in this market and who's really benefiting from this market. I think what they find will be will be very surprising to them. And from that perspective, when we look at different countries that we have done the researches in, like for example, in East Africa, where in Tanzania, we find that around 98% of the respondents are, they say they report they have financial benefits from the secondhand clothing sector, where it actually benefit their family instead of negative benefiting their family. For this reason, they also look at the people who join the trade within the secondhand clothing industry, where around 60% of the respondents say they joined the trade because of financial incentives. And so this is really kind of helping the social mobility and kind of a household income perspective. And 21% of the people that join the trade is because they lack other opportunity employment. Well, one of the most interesting thing that we found was that within the secondhand clothing sector, education level did not really play a significant role in your earning potential. This meant that it provides the population that have that's disadvantaged in terms of having learning opportunities, a way of making a living. When we examined Guatemala, we had our research in Guatemala, we found that around 94% of the people that said this actually financially benefit their family. And interestingly, when we talk about women's participation, we found that they have a 60.7% of the people that we survey, which is the entire market, are females, versus their 40% national average of employment rate for females. And that's a whole 20% higher. It's quite significant. And the sector also show a 9% improvement in wage gaps between the two genders. So I think to be able to capture that, we don't necessarily have the solution because it's a huge in terms of converting from informal to formal. But this will be something that when we have the traceability tool, we want to be able to assess this and really assess who are benefiting and who will these different policies impact from not just investment and ROI and sustainability, but from a human level.
Thank you so much. Gato, do we have time for questions or no?
We're a little bit tight.
Okay. You're the boss.
So sorry to be the bad one in this picture, but no vamos a tener tiempo para las preguntas, lamentablemente.
Unfortunately, we do not have time for Q&A, but I would like to encourage you to talk during lunch, and you had the opportunity during coffee break as well to talk today. So today we began talking about key ideas and Before moving on to the next steps, I would like to give the floor to Ambassador Julio Gordano, who is the chair of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, INC, on plastic pollution, and this will be the main international instrument for addressing the environmental crisis specifically because of plastic waste. So, Julio, you have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
For the opportunity to speak here in front of you and bring some messages that I think can be relevant for the discussions that you have had during the day. Visto que estoy en Chile, voy a hablar en español.
I will be speaking in Spanish since we are in Chile, with your permission. And I know that this is the end of a long day of presentations and discussions, so I would like to keep it brief. My name is Julio Gordano. I am the director of the Environment, Climate Change, and Oceans Division at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Chile. And since February of this year, I have taken over the role of the chair of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution. And I wanted to mention a few key aspects in this context, because I think these are quite germane to the discussion we are having here today at ECLAC. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. Allow me to begin by mentioning that the main concern that has led to an international treaty among all of the UN member states is precisely the fact that we are experiencing a crisis that is speeding up and worsening. We know that to the extent that the global economy continues to grow, we rely increasingly on plastic production. And we know that there are 92 million tons of textiles generated annually, in keeping with UN statistics, and global consumption has increased by 400% in the last 20 years, and production has doubled over the last 15 years. And a significant portion of plastic waste is precisely related to textile waste. Now, this is very relevant with regard to the type of pollution or contamination. I'm sure this is an issue that you have discussed at great extent today, and we know that there's a significant influence of textile waste on the generation existence of microplastics. And this is precisely one of the aspects that the treaty aims to address, considering the fact that textiles constitute one of the most important sources of microplastics. Again, we understand that plastics are not found in isolation in the final product that is sold and then becomes waste, but we know that the microplastics are also related to a significant quantity of chemical additives, and this also leads to certain dynamics in which waste is involved, and this ends up polluting the environment and having a negative impact on human health. Now, given this crisis and given the urgent situation we face, there's a mandate that we have received to negotiate this agreement related to plastic pollution, and it's a legally binding agreement, and the mandate has been handed down by the UN Assembly. And the idea is to establish a treaty or an agreement related to plastic pollution, including plastic pollution in the marine environment. Now, this is a comprehensive way to assess the overall life cycle of plastics. Now, I am not going to mince my message here. This is a difficult process, and there's no other way to mention it. The mandate that we have states that the treaty should be concluded by the end of 2024. We have been provided with 2 additional years, but we have not been able to secure the final wording of the treaty. Technically speaking, today we do not even have a text, and at the last meeting of the negotiators that took place in August in Geneva last year, the results was that not a single text submitted was accepted as the basis for negotiation. So clearly, this is a difficult time. We are in limbo, and it's difficult to keep moving forward. Now, despite that, we have proposed, and myself as the chair of the INC will be preparing a new text that should be ready by the end of July, early August, after a meeting of the heads of delegation that will be taking place in Nairobi. And we have once again discussed the different components related to the negotiation, and this will allow for us to all be on the same page so that we may draft a new text for discussion to move forward and negotiate the legally binding agreement. Now, having said that, I just wanted to mention that the expectations regarding the treaty need to strike a balance between two key ambitions. One is related to very concrete solutions, specifically, for example, specific types of products or chemicals or processes. And the idea is for this to be applied at a very high level of implementation. And the other ambition is related to how solid or robust the treaty should be with regard to universal application. And this is related to different effective measures and instruments that would be eligible for implementation in all regions throughout the world. And the idea is to be able to adapt these to the different national contexts. And again, there have been a few propositions, or rather proposals, draft texts circulated, and there has been a very heated discussion with regard to the design aspects. For example, a discussion on international design standards of plastic products could allow for greater incentives for more circularity, for a circular economy, for products that would not end up polluting. And in the end, this could lead to a national level discussion for each of the parties to the treaty. And it's also important to mention that the treaty or the agreement will involve negotiating a financial mechanism specifically related to implementation capacity, particularly for developing nations. Now, as far as the next steps are concerned, as I mentioned, we will be holding a meeting of the heads of delegation at the end of June in Nairobi. Then we will have a new draft text followed by another meeting in Bangkok, and all of this will wrap up, if you will, or conclude at the official meeting of the INC. And as chairman of the committee, I am full of hope, and I am convinced that we have the opportunity to reach an agreement. And that will allow us to have two key pillars. One would be the flexibility of all the delegations, and that I've said that to everyone, and we also need to be pragmatic. So we need to be flexible and pragmatic, not just with regard to how realistic we can be in terms of what we can achieve, but we also need to be pragmatic in understanding that this treaty, this agreement is not the end of the process, but rather it's the first step. So the question is, what do we need to include in the treaty today in order for this to be an appropriate compliance with the mandate we have been given? And then what can we leave for later? What can we leave for future decisions in terms of areas of work or different decisions that the Conference of the Parties could take in the future with regard to more specific, pragmatic, and practical aspects of fighting plastics pollution? So this, the expectation is that once the new draft is defined, we will be able to adopt it in March of next year, so that we may take this ship into a port finally. And it's precisely these discussions that you have held today that will allow us to better understand each other, to understand what our urgencies are, how can we better integrate the private sector, how can we better standardize policy implementation, and what can we do to back everything we are doing, perhaps through international cooperation. I think all of the delegations have a tremendous opportunity here, and without exception, all of the delegations have recognized that this treaty is necessary. And if we do not achieve this today, we will have to pick it up again in the future. Therefore, it is worth our while to try to be as successful as possible this time around. So thank you again to all of you. Congratulations on this initiative. Congratulations to ECLAC and the Ministry of the Environment of Chile, to Ambition Loop and the UNEP. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Ambassador Giordano, and thank you to everyone who has joined us here today. I just wanted to mention that despite the fact that at times conferences such as these tend to conclude on a negative note or with an air of pessimism, I want to make it very clear that if we were to come up with a single idea related to today's deliberations, it would be that textile circularity needs to go beyond waste, and it needs to include incentives that are redesigned, include responsibilities, products, data, infrastructure. And I would have to say that the discussion has been quite intense. And of course, I think we're left with a great deal of food for thought to continue digesting and discussing further with your colleagues, with your family members as well, because everyone may have a possible idea. So collaboration, common objectives, trust, excess consumption, excess production, materials, innovation, business models, education, prices. These are some of the key concepts that we heard discussed today. We also referred to official data, flexibility and the lack of flexibility, different stakeholders, key players, the collector industry, separation mechanisms, traceability. And we also talked about how we are facing an urgent moment and how all of this is a starting point. Let's not forget that. And at the end, we need to be optimistic. We need to be aware of the fact that we are just starting out and we are chock full of ambition. So thank you for your participation. I would like to request that you, or invite you rather, to stay a bit longer because we have a cocktail reception waiting for you. And again, don't forget to leave your lanyards with your ID in the right spot. And tomorrow we will be talking about PR schemes again and innovation. And if you would like to take part in the official cocktail sponsored by the Swedish Embassy tomorrow, today is the deadline to sign up for that. You have been sent a link via email, so be sure to sign up for that if you would like to take part, and the deadline is today. So kudos to the organizing committee. Thank you to all the different organizations hosting this event and making it possible. It's been an honor to be here with you today. Thank you.